We are here. We are here. After 4 years, we make it to verdict watch for Sarah Boone. Oh, I tell you, I never thought we'd see this day. Never, ever. Okay, I just want to see.
I am here. I'm just trying to get your stuff so I can make sure that I have you up on my thing.
Hello, Hello, my friend. How are you? It's me. I'm back.
All right, here we go.
4 years, Shiraz. 4 years to finally get to the point. Oh, hold on. Let me share this.
I don't think I have a thumbnail for her. Look at this one.
Expect all the evidence to be sent back with the jury.
The defense has as best as I could.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't keep a tally, so I trust the clerks.
Madam Clerk is the best, so I have no doubts that everything is included. State had the opportunity to review it. Okay, all right. And with regard to the laptop, has it been inspected?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so we'll send the exhibits back with the exception of Exhibit 10, the bat and the clean laptop to our jury. Ms. Boone, I've got a couple of questions to go over with you again, ma'am, if I could.
Don't give her a chance.
Ma'am, you were sworn previously this morning. You've been present throughout the entire trial, starting last week through today. You've been seated next to your lawyers at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the opening statements, the direct examination and cross-examination of all the state's witnesses, the direct examination and cross-examination of all the defense witnesses, and the opening or the closing statements as well that were presented by both sides. You've also had the opportunity to observe all of the exhibits that were presented as evidence in this case. Are you satisfied with your lawyers up and until this point?
Absolutely.
And are you in agreement with the strategy utilized in your defense?
Yes.
All right. The last issue that I need to address is the state's request for in-camera hearing regarding financial arrangements between defendant and defense team. State, what is your concern?
It's a very expensive defense, and she's indigent, and there are bar rules that limit the ways that things can be done. I don't know what's going on. It's none of my business unless it's raised in the 3850. So if there's an in-camera proceeding, I would ask to be sealed, and won't be any need to get into it unless there's a 3850 claim that there's a conflict of interest.
Is there anything other than concern or speculation that you have?
Just things in passing that have been said and observed. It's a very expensive defense. That's my concern. I don't want her to be able to raise any arguments that, well, I would have pled if I had a conflict with a lawyer who did not want it to go to trial for his or her own reasons.
Okay. Mr. Owens, is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of in camera?
No, sir. And
Mr. Henderson, same question to you, sir. Is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of in camera or otherwise?
no, sir.
Mr. Beck, same question for you. Is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of, be it here or in camera?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Judge, and if you need to inquire from my client about whether or not she wanted to enter a plea or whether she wanted to go to trial, but, you know, we made it clear that it was her decision, not my decision to go to trial because I'm trying to gain some publicity or money or book deal or whatever. But that was her decision. There was some strong conversations we had about what was on the table. And Ms. Boone, as she has the right to, wanted a trial.
Mr. Henderson and Mr. Beck, would you agree with Mr. Owens' recitation as to none of the financial issues being book deals or anything on the table at this point in time?
Judge, yes, because I definitely don't know about it.
Okay.
Because
Mr. Beck, anything to add, sir?
Only, Your Honor, that I believe it's the attorney-client privilege information, but there are no concerns about how many.
I colloquied Mr. Owens, your client, before we picked a jury as to the offer in this case and whether or not she was ready and wanted to proceed to trial. And she had affirmed at that point in time that that's what she wanted
Knew
to do.
it.
So I see no reason to inquire of that further. State, is there anything else we need to address? Defense, anything else?
Yes.
All right, please give your cell phone numbers to Madam Clerk. We will be on verdict watch. And I thank you all for your hard work in this case. We're off the record.
All
He
right.
said yes. He said yes.
Oh, man.
Chris Robinson, hope all are doing well in our community, Crime and Coffee. Yes, we are. It's the Sarah Boone verdict day. Let's do this for George. Come on. I want to hear him say yes again.
For George's family says Sarah Boone is calculated, devious, and conniving.
Hold on one sec. I want to hear him say yes again.
All right. And with regard to the laptop, has it been inspected?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So we'll send the exhibits back with the exception of Exhibit 10, the bat and the clean laptop, to our jury. Ms. Boone, I've got a couple of questions to go over with you again, ma'am, if I could. Ma'am, you were sworn previously this morning. You've been present throughout the entire trial, starting last week through today. You've been seated next to your lawyers at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the opening statements, the direct examination and cross-examination of all the state's witnesses, the direct examination and cross-examination of all the defense witnesses, and the opening or the closing statements as well that were presented by both sides. You've also had the opportunity to observe all of the exhibits that were presented as evidence in this case. Are you satisfied with your lawyers up and until this point?
Absolutely.
And are you in agreement with the strategy utilized in your defense?
Yes.
The last issue that I need to address is the state's request for in-camera hearing regarding financial arrangements between defendant and defense team. State, what is your concern?
It's a very expensive defense, and she's indigent, and there are bar rules that limit the ways that things can be done. I don't know what's going on. It's none of my business unless it's raised in the 3850. So if there's an in-camera proceeding, I would ask to be sealed, and won't be any need to get into it unless there's a 3850 claim that was a conflict of interest.
Is there anything other than concern or speculation that you have?
Just things in passing that have been said and observed. It's a very expensive defense. That's my concern. I don't want her to be able to raise any arguments that, well, I would have pled if I had a conflict with a lawyer who did not want it to go to trial for his or her own reasons.
Okay. Mr. Owens, is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of in camera?
No, sir. And
Mr. Henderson, same question to you, sir. Is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of in camera or otherwise?
No, sir.
Mr. Beck, same question for you. Is there anything of concern that I need to be aware of, be it here or in camera?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Judge, and if you need to inquire from my client about whether or not she wanted to enter a plea or whether she wanted to go to trial, but, you know, we made it clear that it was her decision, not my decision to go to trial because I'm trying to gain some publicity or money or book deal or whatever. But that was her decision. There was some strong conversations we had about what was on the table. And Ms. Boone, as she has a right to, wanted a trial.
Mr. Henderson and Mr. Beck, would you agree with Mr. Owens' recitation as to none of the financial issues being book deals or anything on the table at this point in time?
Judge? Yes, because I definitely don't know about it.
Okay.
Because
Mr. Beck, anything to add, sir?
Sorry, he said, yes, I definitely don't know about it. Okay, that's my fault. Hello, Irene. Sorry about your migraine. Hey, Deb, welcome back. Hello, Marie. Oh, What a day. What a day. Okay, so I'm going to see if Law and Crime is just going to do a verdict watch.
When asked about her counsel, she said she was absolutely happy with her counsel. Absolutely.
Oh, thanks, B Rabbit. Don't forget to hit the like, Coffee Crew. I think one of them would have posted verdict watch, but let's just check for a quick second. We know they're going to eat. Oh, they just switched it over to verdict watch. Oh, no. Surviving the Survivor is doing a verdict watch. Let's just click on and see what they're talking about.
Let you guys know how this is going to work. We are going to have this stream live tonight until the jurors go home. So we don't know when that will be. If a verdict reached, obviously, we'll be here and you'll know because you'll see it. But we'll keep you guys updated. And again, as soon as Joel is ready, he will hop on here and he'll give us all a breakdown. And I'm not sure whether or not we're having any best guests join him, but I will give you guys an update as soon as I hear from him. And I haven't spoken to him in a few hours, so I'm going to check in and make sure he's all set for hopping on here. But if you need anything, I'm available in the chat. Stand by, and yeah, we'll be with you guys shortly. Thanks so much.
I think we'll stick with Joel. I'm going to credit him. Owens was given the bad impression that he was desperate. Did not come across well. No, right from day one. Makes no sense. It just makes no sense. And I'll say it again. Where he lives, if you look on the map, it makes no sense to me why he took this case.
I'm trying to remember if it was Owens once he took her case, and I think it was during that very first, like after he came out of the court and he was talking to like the press and everybody, and he sat there talking about how, oh, well, he's not doing it pro bono, she will pay him back eventually. Well, now we know how she's paying him back, right? So this was absolutely for publicity, and this was absolutely for money.
Yeah. Shiraz says, I want to hear Joel. Shiraz says, I want to hear Joel's courtroom observation from today. I bet the first thing he mentions is that it wasn't his phone. Yeah, I'm going to stream off Joel. I'm not a fan of his approach. I'm just a country lawyer who gets ambushed in a big city. Exactly. Hello, Dennis, or is it Dennis or Denise? Hello from Ontario. In what region of Ontario are you? Sarah thought she would be able to manipulate him. Yep. Nancy, I think Sarah respected him. She probably gave him hugs and welcome. Welcome, Nancy, and I'm not sure if it's Dennis or Denise. It could be either or. Thank you for joining us in the Coffee Crew. Okay, oh, what happened? That was weird. Hey, the two. I think we can all relax for the better part of an hour. These jurors need to eat. Yeah, hopefully they're going to be like Charlie's trial. Let's hope. Then we can get some good sleep. B. Rabbit says, how sickening that Sarah Boone is expecting to be a celebrity and allegedly raise the money to pay Owens. Yep. It's alleged, but also Joe said the other night I think he said he had 3 people all saying the same thing, and he's very cautious when he reports on something, so I appreciate that. Yeah, that was probably the worst closing argument I've ever seen. I'd say Lally's could have been worse, but I wouldn't know because he put me in a coma. Yeah. In one video, she was flirting with the officer outside her door. Yeah, right, Marie?
Oh my goodness.
I am from Sarnia. Nice. I'm down around Trenton, Kingston area. Do a poll on how long for deliberations. Oh, Deb, good idea. I hope they skip their meals and just come out with the guilty verdict. So do I. Says, Rochelle, we are allowed to email you. I have something to ask you. It's regarding the investigation. My son, Jordan Brown's. Absolutely. You go right ahead and email me. It is crimeandcoffee1976@gmail.com. Hey, Soul. Welcome back. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's show our support. How very nice of you. Welcome back. Nancy, I am playing the devil's advocate, and I have a gut feeling that they will find her not guilty, and I hope I am wrong. Oh, gosh, Nancy, I hope you are. I hope you are. Here's my pillar. Here's my pillar. Claudia, welcome. Hello, everyone. Here we are. 4 years in the making, but here we are. I'm James Owens. That's Tony Henderson. Kevin Beck is my boy from NM. And then we have the ladies, slimy old man in my opinion. Yeah. Do you think second degree will be decided? You would have asked me the other day, I would have said no. Today I say yes.
I think the way they brought it home was really a good way of doing it. They did a good job on the closings.
I honestly wish, though, Jay would have stopped at beating the suitcase.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Absolutely. It would have been a perfect spot to stop.
You're welcome. I just want to go in to edit the stream here because I just want to make sure I'm just want to make sure I'm going to give Joel the credit. And then because he deserves it. There we go. Hi, Louise. Welcome. We are on Verdict Watch. If there's anything that you want to rewatch, please don't ask me to rewatch that hostage video. But if there's anything you want to rewatch while we're on Verdict Watch, just name it. We will watch it. I'm just hoping Joel should be on any minute. It was never implied that injuries were done outside suitcase. He was making a point. Very likely they were. Yep, Marie, I agree. I agree. Hello, welcome back, Donna.
I think I absolutely love the fact that he brought up the fact that that suitcase was upstairs. It wasn't downstairs for a week, and the neighbors hearing it coming down those stairs with that thump and the noises. It wasn't the night before. It was that night. I thought that was great.
Yeah,
made some
and
really
that
good points.
Or when Owen said she called 911 twice. No, she did not.
No.
She
once.
called Brian twice. She called 911 once. Brian called 911.
And she didn't even call until Brian was there.
That's right.
He had to come.
Is-
He told her over the phone. He told her call 911, and she still hadn't called 911 when he got there. He was like, call 911. It's like, what are you doing?
And when he said I'm calling 911 is when she jumped on the phone.
Exactly.
I hope B Rabbit says I hope Brian's child is well and is not forced to have any unwanted interactions with this monster. No, and he moved him away. So Armand, I missed the closing, going to replay later. Armand, you're gonna be so mad at Owen's closing. Oh my god. It was
disgusting.
horrible.
It was
Trying
despicable.
to tell us that Sarah Boone is equal to war veterans. Speaking of optimism, what about state saying BWS cannot apply? So that would be good, right? Yes, it would be good. Yep. And honestly, I think that needs to be changed. Battered woman syndrome.
See,
I
I thought
think-
it was battered spouse syndrome.
I'm
I think
wondering.
they did change it to battered spouse.
Okay, good.
I think.
Point, Marie says, point is if she was in imminent danger, she should have called 911, not wait till next afternoon. Exactly. And we all know she had 911 on freaking speed dial. She didn't even have to push the numbers.
She was a frequent shopper.
Yep. Armand, I'm not even joking. Honestly. Her PTSD is equal to war veterans. That just sent me. Hello, Wednesday. Welcome back. Welcome back. Wow, what a day. We're finally here. George is finally going to get the justice today. I hope his mom, I know she's much older, but I hope she's okay after today. And I hope that she gets to sit in this courtroom to hear the verdict.
Welcome, everyone. For those just joining us, we are on
Jesus.
standby. We're waiting for Joel, the host of STS, to come on and give a breakdown of everything that happened in court
Awesome.
and shed some light on some of the things we didn't see, like family reaction. Apologies, I have my dogs and my kids here. Like family reaction and also juror reaction. Joel says he plans to not leave the courthouse, so he's trying to find a quiet place since they didn't want him to do it in the hallway. So just give him a minute or 2 or 3 to get set up. But we are on standby and waiting for Joel. Thanks so much.
COE, you scared the bejesus right out of me.
She's so adorable, though.
She's great. Yeah. Armand. Hey, friend, Owen's closing was so cringe. It would have been comical, but not for the fact someone actually died. It was pathetic. You're right,
Exactly.
Shiraz.
So,
The 2 says, keep the faith, everyone. Marie says, I hope the jury sees this points that we see. I do too. Nancy says, oh my goodness, Owen's saying that ruins my respect for him. Oh, I'm shocked you have respect. I had none for him.
no, none.
Wednesday says, yeah, they changed it, but the defense continued to emphasize woman. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Wednesday. Thank you, Jamie. Because that just annoys me that it was just called that. Joel's wife is Marie. Yes, she is. COE is a very nice woman. Joel is very nice. I cannot get over.
Oh, yeah.
She swore on Lucas's life when talking to the detectives and now say I was lying. First, what kind of mom swears on her kid's life, even
Right.
if she's telling the truth? Maggie,
Yeah, no.
good point.
That's disgusting. Again, disgusting. I need to come up with new words to describe her because I really only have this. She's just disgusting.
She's the devil.
I called her Satan earlier. Somebody had made a comment about Owens, I think, and I said he's the devil sitting next to Satan. I hope the jury sees that.
Oh, I better put my banner up. I will in a bit. It's okay. Somebody described my perpetrator as an earthbound demon. That's what I say. He's an earthbound demon. Oh, Maggie, it's shameless. I know. Absolutely shameless. We'll,
Hey, Bugs.
oh, here we go, guys.
Joel, just so you know, you're live. You have a hot mic live on camera. It
There I
automatically put you in.
I
Yeah.
actually see myself. Hello, everybody. Thank you
Hot
for the
mic.
warning.
Hot mic. Okay.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to this live verdict watch coverage of the Sarah Boone trial, coming to you live from the Orange County Courthouse. And I need to whisper because I'm in a rotunda in a public area, so you'll be hearing soft-spoken Joel. Obviously, COE, you're in charge. If there is a verdict, I have no way to know because I'm essentially in a cave at the bottom of this building. If we get notice of a verdict, you need to let me know, and I will race back upstairs. I literally, I'm going to have a hard time reading these comments right now, but I will do my best. Let me go over some of the most important things first, and that is the primary jurors. So as you all know, this is a 6-panel jury with 8 alternates. When the closings finished, the judge informed the alternates of who they were. He asked them to, he thanked them for their service, said there was a hot dinner waiting for them, and essentially said, hey, you guys can go back to the room. I'll give you your jury certificates. And so that's what they did. And he asked the 6 primary jurors to remain. So again, if you're just joining, I have to kind of talk in a whisper because I'm in this rotunda of the Orange County Courthouse and I don't want to interfere with other people. The jurors, there are 5 female jurors, 1 black male juror. Interesting.
Wow.
I didn't realize who the primaries would be. I was going from one direction to the other, but it was really my right to left. And I was told it was left to right. So the grumpy juror is not part of the panel. The people who are part of the panel, we've referred to Hot Pink Blouse. She's the one yesterday when they were asking if people could stay, and because a juror had a conflict at 5:30 p.m. She's the juror who basically did one of these, like turned around, that went this way, and was corralling all the jurors and taking their vote. So I have a feeling she's going to be the 4-person. She was also really excited to be on this jury, maybe a little too excited, and I don't know what to make of that, but she has me a little bit concerned. I love you right back, Julie Frew. You are awesome. Thank you for all your help. So here are the jurors. Hot Pink Blouse, I'll call her. I do not have a name for everyone. The next juror is a roughly 40-year-old white woman. These names, names of the jurors. Sorry. So then we've got 40-year-old bland woman, I'll call her. I might forget my names. Then the next juror is like a 50-year-old black male who's been, just watching very carefully, no tells from him at all. Every day, it's like the same affect on his face. He just looks stoic and he is watching all the action unfold quietly. Next to Quiet Man, we've got the DV juror,
Oh,
and she was taking copious notes. I'm making a note for myself that 40-year-old woman will now be called Bland Juror Woman. Heretofore, she'll be known as Bland Juror Woman. Please don't tell her I said that. And
we're telling.
that is her official name now, Bland Juror Woman. So next to Bland Juror, again, is Quiet Juror Man. Is that what I just called him? Let me make a note of that. Got a Quiet Juror Man. And then we've got the DV juror. And then we have 2 almost similarly looking, I would just say young, middle-aged white women. When I say young, middle-aged, I'm saying like 45. They could be 45 up a little bit. And they actually look sort of similar. It's really hard to tell them apart. I'm good with faces and terrible with names, so they're kind of people, and I don't mean this in a mean way, but they don't really stand out. Either does Bland Juror. That's why I called her Bland. So these three women aren't women that like you would know that there's nothing striking about them as opposed to like hot pink blouse who wears colorful blouses and she's a little more boisterous.
Whoa, quit while you're ahead, man.
These jurors are very kind of soft-spoken to each other when they're talking, very observant, taking it appears like they're very serious. All the women are white, 5 women, at least from what I can tell, and 1 black male juror, heretofore known as Quiet Juror Man. So I was sitting directly behind Sarah Boone, and I mean like 2 feet. Toward the end of the day, I'm just looking at some of my notes because I'm so fried. This motion came up, which is interesting about the financial agreement. Some weird reactions, and I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Now, the state filed that motion because they don't want, after the fact, for there to be any kind of conflict in terms of financial expenditures by Sarah Boone. So the state basically said, look, this was an incredibly expensive defense. They've been here for 3 weeks, costs a lot of money, and Ms. Boone is indigent. So what is happening here? It was essentially just a CYA, cover your you know what. So that's what was going on. And that's exactly what happened is Will J just wanted to make sure he was dotting his I's and crossing his T's. Now, the judge himself, now remember, I was on Ashley Banfield 2 nights ago, and I had multiple sources telling me that there was some sort of a book deal. The next day, James Owens was not happy with me. By the way, he was laughing and smiling with me today. But he was not happy with me and said it is categorically false. I'm going to take him at face value. But when the judge was asking the other attorneys to basically come forward, Tony Henderson said something interesting. He said, I don't know about any arrangement, which is a little interesting because he worked with James Owens. So why would he just do this pro bono? And Kevin Beck had an interesting response, and then said, no, there's no need to worry. But he cited attorney-client privilege. So I don't know. It's curious to me. And I'll just leave it there. But again, James Owens saying that he categorically denies that he, in lieu of payment as for being her attorney, that he got any kind of book rights or movie rights or rights to Sarah Boone's story. I have to go.
Well, Joel, we're gonna leave that at curious, but let's move on here. I know you can't read the question, so I'm gonna read them for you.
Yeah, please, because I can't.
Okay, this is from AKA the Cat Lady. Joel, thank you for taking the time out of your life for this trial. What do you think about George's mom crying?
I mean, that was the most dramatic moment today, without question. The minute she had never seen the suitcase video, Mrs. Torres, and so this was the first time she was seeing it played in court, and obviously it was being played by the state. And the minute, like just a couple of maybe seconds into it, I heard an audible gasp, and I was, I'm already like, I was joking that I've got PTPD, the post-traumatic phone disorder, because I'm constantly checking my phone to make sure it doesn't go up. By the way, someone was thrown out today because their phone rang, with heightened my PTPD. Not making light of PTSD, but I'm just, it's uptight in that courtroom. So intense. But at this moment, when they played the video, George's mom just had a natural reaction, which I think any mom would, and she just lost it and started kind of hyperventilating and sobbing. Her son's right next to her. She's tinier than George, by the way. She's a very small woman. Her daughters are with her. The daughters are very protective. You know, at one point I walked out and I think they thought I was going to try to either talk to her or take a photo. I was going to do neither. But they kind of stood in front of her. I've been in the business long enough to just be a human being and not, you know, go talk to her the minute she's having this kind of breakdown. This was, you know, a little bit after the breakdown, but essentially what happened after that, George's mom never came back, by the way. And COE, you're going to have to read these comments because I literally can't see anymore. I think I'm going blind by covering this.
This is a
For
super
Joel-
chat. No, can you read or
Speak.
no? Okay, I'm going to read it to you. It's a super chat from Kelly for Joel and COE to enjoy couples massages when Joel is finally released from this case. We'll probably hire a babysitter and just sleep, but thank you so much, Kelly. But Joel, before you get into anything else, it was a long few hours of the closing arguments. Can you talk to us just about the jurors? As we were obviously watching the attorneys and the jurors were watching the attorneys. You were watching the jurors, I assume. Tell us what you were seeing. Were there any emotions? Were there any reactions?
You're
Were there
talking, you're talking during, sorry, there's a janitorial crew here, but you're talking about during closing arguments?
Yeah. Talk
Okay,
to us
so-
about what they were reacting to. Were there any moments that you were taken aback by their reactions? Was there anything that sort of struck them?
Yeah, I need to review the notes, but I've got enough off the top of my head. First of all, the detective showed back up today in support of the state. And again, James Owens had a bit of an objection to that. Thank you, Wildfire. They had to go through 34 pages of jury instructions. And then Dave Cacciatore, who was doing some of the questioning, but he did not do the opening, he got up to do the close. And he's a very intense guy. I was joking that he seems like the kind of guy that if you're just playing ping pong, he'd want to destroy you in that. He's a pretty muscular alpha male type, I would say, soft spoken, but he got up there and man, he had like complete command and control of that opening. I thought it was amazing. He started off by saying, this is a box, and everyone's kind of like, why is it a box? Because eventually he tied a box into being a coffin, which I thought was brilliant. He did go back to calling it a suitcase periodically, but he also dropped the suitcase right in front of the jurors. Now, when they did that, there was a noticeable reaction from the jury, kind of like, oh, well, here's a suitcase, right? And they were riveted. These jurors, all of them, I have to say, seem really dedicated to the process. They don't seem like any of them are disinterested or tuning out. They were engaged the entire time. I guess the two biggest jurors I would have concerns about potentially is the hot pink blouse. So I think could be the 4-person. She gave Sarah a pretty nasty look today. And by the way, today, none of the jurors were looking at Sarah. I mean, almost the entire day. I did catch, there's a love connection couple in the second row, and the male part of that love connection, I caught him at one point just glaring at Sarah Boone during James Owens' closing. He was just like staring dead into the back of her eyes. And he's the only one I really saw. I can't read that comment, Bugs. Her
This is
son's
from-
last words. Yeah, she was saying that.
This was
How
from-
did I become my
from
dad?
Best
How am I losing my eyesight, Bugs? I'm like you. By the way, I call her Bugs. Go ahead, COE.
Going back to Vesper Martini here. She says her son's last words, heartbreaking to a mother. We were all watching, obviously, from home. And just to clarify for us, were they asking the mother to leave, or did she want to leave? Could she have come back? Because that was also, you know, a really strong moment, not only for obviously the mother who's grieving her son and having to watch these very sensitive videos, but for everyone in the court, I assume.
Yeah, COE, for my own sanity, just confirm that Spacey is watching the courtroom in case there's a verdict, because I have no way to know.
We have it up. We have like 5 tabs going.
Okay.
And I have alerts, and I'm in touch with other people who are
Julie
also
Frew, you're in charge of that. Thank you.
for Julie Frew, it's like 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning.
I love Julie Frew. She's a trooper. What was the question again? Oh, that moment. Okay, so they play the suitcase video. Obviously, you knew that that was going to be one of the most powerful pieces of video. The mother who is tiny. She just bursts into tears, and has to be led out of the courtroom by her daughter and her son. As she passed me, she was kind of hyperventilating a little bit. She had to go outside and collect herself. So that kind of blew over, and it was, during the state's closing argument. So once the state's closing argument was finished, what is this countdown? Oh, this is the jury clock. Okay, very interesting. I like it. Very creative there. So once the
Sorry, Shiraz, it's okay. I got my YouTube up. I can put on my big girl pants. I got it.
state concluded,
Oh, I'm
James
also
Owens
moderating.
got right up and was angry, and he's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
"This is,
True.
this is a courtroom. There's a protocol here. Can't influence the jurors." There was an audible gasp. If family members aren't able to handle this, they should not be in the courtroom. And it went on and on like this. He's very combative. It was difficult to watch because you could see the pain on the Torres's family. So it was just really tough to watch, but he has a job to do, I guess. So he was making a point that he didn't want the jurors to be influenced by a crying family member. But then he also kind of threw in the detectives who at this point are not being recalled as witnesses, had every right to be there. So sometimes I get a sense that James Owens doesn't really understand at least how things work here
Doesn't
in
understand how to be
Orlando.
human.
And he was very combative. And Will J got real upset about that as well. And he basically said it is their absolute right to be in the courtroom, their family members, that he cannot control how a family member is going to react, and on it went. And it ended with, Judge Kranick basically saying to people in the gallery, James Owens asked the judge to give a little bit of a warning, and it was a very light warning, basically saying try not to show emotion. But you could tell that Judge Kranick was feeling for the Torres family, who couldn't be, right? So I'm just looking through my notes here. What I thought was brilliant with the opening, with the closing with Dave Cacciatore, is he literally kind of put up the instructions for the jurors and the law, and point by point, he went through it and gave reasons why she is guilty. So it was fascinating to me because he was literally, in a way, and in essence, he was doing the job of the jurors in real time in his closing arguments. He was going point by point and saying exactly why each of these things were pertinent and why, again, she should be found guilty. He had some interesting lines. He said she zipped them up and did not zip him out. Thought that was powerful. That caught a lot of people's attention. He invoked the Depraved Mind Act, which is basically, her conduct, he said, fits every definition of the depraved mind, which is an element in charging this case. And then this is when he said he called up State's Exhibit 17, which is the suitcase video. By the way, at the very end of the trial, they both sides go through all the exhibits to make sure that the jurors are getting the correct exhibit. So they're getting those photos, they're getting the videos, they're getting the text messages, they're getting the calls, the posters that James Owens had, all of that. They play the video, the "I can't breathe," that's on you. And then Cacciatore says that video proves any scintilla of doubt about the depravity of the defendant. And then goes on and hammers home the point that a month before, almost exactly to the day, a month before, Sarah Boone sent a text message saying, "I'll get rid of him." He didn't go so far as to say this was premeditated murder, but he did, make the point to show that she had it for him, which I thought was really interesting. He said that she was actually torturing George Torres, that there has to be a justifiable use of deadly force, which did not apply here. I wrote a note down. Here's why she's guilty. Law, here's why she's guilty. The next law, here's why she's guilty. I wrote down very smart and effective. again, in essence, doing the jurors' work for them. He then went on to say you're going to hear from the defense, which I thought was really smart too. He said, you're going to hear about curtain rods, you're going to hear about black eyes, you're going to hear awful things about her boyfriend, George Torres. And at the end of all of that, he says, it will still not change the defendant being entitled to use deadly force. So everything they hear still hangs on this issue of whether deadly force can be used. And the state
Well-
says absolutely not. Go ahead, COA.
Sorry, I just want to jump in here. Great notes, by the way. You're doing a great job. I know it's been
Thank
a very
you.
long day. But so we were able to hear all of that, but we couldn't see Sarah's reaction because our view was mostly on the attorneys. So, and I know you were sitting behind her, so sometimes you can see her, sometimes you can't. Was there any emotion or anything that you saw different compared to, you know, her emotion or lack thereof the whole trial? I mean, we did see her during some of the breaks smirking and smiling, which she always does, but was there anything that sort of made her react or stop?
Yes and no. So number one, like you said, I'm basically 3 to 4 feet directly behind her head. Like if you drew a line from the back of her head to the front of my head, I'm right there. But she talks to James Owens a lot. And she looks over at him. Now, after closings were done, or actually, I'm sorry, while the state was doing their rebuttal, she wrote some long note, like a long paragraph on a yellow legal pad, and she slid it over to him. And instead of like reading it, James Owens slid it away from himself and then just handed it back to her like he was just fed up. And he was tired. He didn't care what her
Yeah.
notes said, which was an interesting observation, I thought, because just talks to the dynamic of them. I mean, James Owens, if you think I looked
That was a Charlie Rashbaum moment.
Oh yeah.
tired, James Owens looks like he's been through a washing machine. He said in court today that he's 63. He's been practicing 35 years. And this looks like it took a lot out of him. So, but I mean, back to Sarah Boone, you know, last week she couldn't sit still. As the days progressed this week, she's gotten quieter and quieter and kind of more comfortable in her little space there between James Owens and Tony Henderson. But she would look over, and 1 or 2 times she'll look back because Tony Henderson's daughter is sitting right in front of me, along with the blonde jury consultant person. And so, you know, she turns around. She's a very, in person, like a very, and I don't mean to like denigrate her. I'm just making an observation, like a very splotchy red face that you'd either get from like drinking or stress. I mean, I don't think she's drinking in jail, but
Yeah, toilet
maybe it's
wine.
just from stress,
Yeah.
but it's much more noticeable in person, these kind of splotches. She had, as you know, a girlfriend there last week, no girlfriend in sight the last couple of days that I've seen. But just back to Cacciatore, I thought he did a great job. And then I'll kind of go over James Owens' closings, and then we'll wrap it until we maybe get a verdict. People, including Ryan Vecchio, said he thought we would get a verdict within 2 to 3 hours. So it's possible that we get a verdict around 10 o'clock. By the way,
Joel,
Space,
We're
yes,
also
go
gonna
ahead.
we're also going to take some questions when you're ready. No pressure. Keep
Yeah.
going.
Okay. Here we go. So I'm just real quick. Dave Cacciatore basically summed it up by saying battered spouse syndrome. She has been evaluated with that, but that is not carte blanche. And then he used the phrase, "It's not a license to kill," which I thought was effective. He said George did some bad things. He was arrested. It does not mean that Sarah Boone has an ace in her pocket. She cannot decide that he needs to be confined to a box. And again, the reason he was saying box instead of suitcase, in my opinion, is because a box is, you know, a coffin essentially. And he did use the C word shortly after all of this. And then he raised another really interesting point. He started to talk about Dr. Harper, the defense's expert witness, and a lot of problems with her testimony, including the fact that she was basically taking everything at Sarah Boone's word. And he raised the issue again that she did not factor in the fact that excuse me, because I don't remember the official title of being an alcoholic, but she didn't factor alcoholism in. And there, as Dave Cacciatore said, that there's certain rule outs for BSS, and alcoholism is one of them, which has to be taken into consideration. And he said, even if she was triggered, it still goes to the imminency requirement. So they just kept hammering on these, and their points made a lot of sense.
I
I'm
agree.
looking at
Joel,
they
can we
played.
get, no, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say this. So they played a video of George, try to humanize him. And he says in this video, he's like kind of being scolded by Sarah. And he says, I'm going to go to court. I'm going to tell the judge it's all my fault. He said she has a 7-year-old son who she loves. She has a blind and deaf dog. If she sees animals in the street, she's going to stop to help them. And she asks a question. And this is where he says, yes, ma'am. And then she's directing exactly what he should say to the court, verbatim. And I forget the exact phrase, something like, she's a wonderful person, there's no one better than me, whatever it was. She was telling him verbatim what to say, and he was parroting it, and he seemed like a real victim himself of BSS there. I think that was really poignant and profound with the jurors. COE, give me some questions.
Yeah, so this one's from Sharon Shipley. How about Sarah? Any reactions from her during the bat demonstration?
I could not see. I honestly could not see. I don't know, but I mean, the jurors were certainly interested in it. I can tell you that.
Okay, and by interested, what does that mean? Explain.
Like engaged, like watching and engaged. But COE, give me some rapid fire questions here, COE.
Okay, hold on, because I've also had.
I'm going to keep going on with
Okay.
while you're queue up a few questions, and while you're doing that, let me look here. So he did play a shorter clip of the suitcase video, and right after that, he referred to it, and I quote, as a makeshift coffin. Dave Cacciatore pointed out that his voice was getting weaker and weaker. So how in this interesting 11 minutes that they claim George threatened her, how was he so threatening? It also happens to be the portion of time where there was no video. It's hard to believe. And he made the point that his voice was weakening. He also talks about her changing stories, and she was drinking, that they were not drinking. She told everyone repeatedly that we're having fun that day. And suddenly he says 4.5 years later, she comes up with this other story that he threatened her. Fabulous job. Thank you so much. We really appreciate these super stickers. They help a ton. Joel, do you think the rebuttal made the case an easy one? I do. I mean, the rebuttal was fantastic. Before I get to the rebuttal, let me just go to James Owens. So James Owens was kind of pacing around because there was a break between the state's closings and
I'm getting
the
antsy.
defense's closing. So he was kind of pacing around like a fighter getting ready to go into the octagon. Had his head down in fight mode. He gets out there and he starts to talk about, he says, hi, I'm James Owens. As you know, my client is Sarah Boone. Then he goes into this whole thing about where he's from, this tiny little town and the Panhandle. Basically trying to elicit some sort of empathy, I guess, from the jurors. And this is where there were a multitude of objections by the state. They were like, what's this guy doing? He's not supposed to be garnering sympathy for himself. And eventually they got on track there. So that was interesting. He said something very off-putting, I think, to the female jurors. He said, I'm here with my partners, Tony Henderson, Kevin Beck, and with the girls. I mean, keep in mind, he's a Southern guy from the Panhandle, kind of old school. But if you've got women, 5 of them on the jurors to call, and these are grown women who are working.
Would have been really funny if he said the Barker's beauties.
Or the little ladies.
Including Tony Henderson's daughter, calling them girls is probably not the best thing to call them. But you women in the chat would know better than me. Keeps going. He over and over, he said, I'm going to take my time. I have notes. Probably not great things to announce. He could not find his notes on multiple occasions and literally said, I cannot find my notes. It was very awkward, very uncomfortable. Everyone was uncomfortable. And the jurors definitely were picking up on that, because it was like, as awkward gets. And they knew he was disorganized at this point. Why he didn't have these things, point by point by point in a stack, I have no idea. COE, what's this question?
This is from Diane Matire.
Mhm.
What did you think of prosecutor putting up her pictures instead of letting the defense do it first? This is that moment when the prosecutor took the
Brilliant.
defense
I
exhibits.
thought that was brilliant. Again, that was like a
Yeah.
preemptive strike, right? So for those who did not see it in the openings, closings, I'm tired. But in the closings, the state went first, and he picked up one by one the defense's exhibits and held them up. And he said, just because you're going to see this, and just because you're going to see this, and just because you're going to see this. Fantastic. I thought it was really effective. And I thought it really brought it home. I'll actually be really surprised if we don't get a verdict tonight. And if we don't get a verdict fairly soon. I mean, they want to give the appearance, I think, that they're deliberating. Charlie Adelson, the last trial I covered, it was 3 hours with a dinner break included. This to me is way more clear. So I just can't imagine it taking very long. By the way, at the end of the day, when everything was over, I saw Sarah ask one of her attorneys, she said, what do I do? Do I just stay here? And right after that, the
She waived
deputy
that.
came over and shackled
Yeah.
her at the waist, shackled her hands, and brought her to the holding room next door. So she's not allowed to be in the courtroom. She is shackled up and waiting in a side room until there's a potential verdict. You're let's see here. I'm
In the
looking.
meantime, Joel, here, IGG Rocks has a question. Do you think Sarah regrets going at the beginning of the defense instead of at the end?
Say that one more time.
Do you think Sarah regrets going at the beginning of when the defense started instead of at the end?
She didn't have a choice, because she had to take the stand in order for them to figure out if they could invoke this whole battered spouse syndrome. And it was, I guess, required by the judge. Typically, and they talked about this in court, typically they would save her for last, which is obviously, for the defense, the most effective. But in this case, they were like hamstrung. They had their hands tied, and she had to go first, which she did. And by the way, I don't even remember her testifying at this point. It happened so long ago. So, this is why I keep saying, like, the days have been very long. It's been 2 full weeks. These jurors are tired. And at the end of the day, it's going to come down to very basic things. That video, the law requires an imminent threat. How was there an imminent threat if this guy's stuffed in a suitcase, zipped shut? And we're only hearing that it was open from her, no one else. And what I thought was fascinating, I'm just going to toss my notes down, COE, because I'm tired of looking at them, and you just can bring up questions. But what I thought was fascinating at the state's rebuttal to the defense in the closing arguments, Will J said, I don't think he was hit with the bat when he was in the suitcase. I think he was hit with this bat. He was outside, which is a really strong statement to make. And he kept saying, you don't have to believe anything Sarah Boone says, and made light of the fact that they were playing tag. He says she doesn't even know the rules because she tagged George, and instead of George hiding, she said she hid. So you've got to just take into question, which is the point he was bringing home, everything she is told. He said that her stories have changed multiple times. Dave Cacciatore said the same thing. And the only thing that's been consistent is realizing that George died that day, and also that she said they were having a perfectly good day. That has been the consistent statement all the way through. That is the thread that binds all of this.
We're almost at an hour.
I am so tired. I am so tired. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. What is it? I can't read the question.
Okay, so if you're just listening and not watching, the subscriber name is I'm So Tired. They're Joel's spirit animal. But their question is, did jurors see or acknowledge George's family, and did they avoid Sarah Boone throughout the trial, or at least today? you kept saying that the jurors were not making any eye contact with Sarah. Talk to us a little bit about what that was like.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed it every time they came in and out. It was a deliberate move to not look at Sarah. Almost like they were back in the, even though they're not allowed to talk about the case, but it was almost like they agreed, okay, we're not going to look at her. Because typically, like, you've got someone who's going to like stray.
I agree. I suspected that as well. She beat him before she put him in the suitcase. His injuries were very significant. I agree. I always said that. I don't buy the hide and seek. She made it up to explain why he was in the suitcase. Yep. I agree too, Armand. I don't buy it.
Just out of curiosity, like, there's a murder defendant, you're going to want to look. But when they came in, it was very clear that they did not want to look at her, which is typically a good sign for the state. What's up, Tommy? Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And I can't even read the names, but thank you. It should say Harmony. I think I'm losing my eyesight. I might be blind by next week, COE. I don't know.
Steve Jackson here is asking a question. What was the reaction of the gallery when the judge got angry and threw out that one person with the cell phone today? As many of us know, there have been different cell phones going off throughout the trial. So it feels like it was just something that had been going on daily at this point.
Yeah, well, this was particularly disruptive. I forget exactly when it happened. It was in the morning session, maybe like 10:30, 11. And it was during a very kind of tense moment because in the morning they were going over jury instructions and they were kind of fighting over battered spouse and the imminent danger and all the laws applicable to that and all the tie-ins. And that's when the phone went off.
Oh, Joel, you're really tired. Joel's really tired.
Yes.
No, the phone went off during reading of the
Jurors' instructions.
The verdict or jury instructions. Oh, Joel, you're so tired. I feel so sorry for you. Hey, Paul, welcome. Sarah Boone strikes me as a real jerk. Paul, join the club. Join the club. Welcome to Crime and Coffee. Irene says, I love how COE is so used to Joel. She gets glasses over my eyes. I'm going blind. COE anyways, as I was saying. Yep, how she just glosses over it. You're very welcome. Oh, poor Joel. He's so tired. Like, he thought it was in the morning and it was during verdict rule reading. Oh,
admonish
Joel.
the person, and then that person couldn't stop the phone, which is my biggest fear in life. And so it went off right afterwards. Like, he finished yelling at her basically, and then it rang again. Like someone was calling her, and the judge said, "Get out." Like he was not having it. He literally said, "Get out." And so that person had to leave. And it was uncomfortable. And obviously everyone cranes. Anytime there's any noise in the gallery or anything that goes off, everyone cranes their neck. So the jurors are going to do that too. But Judge Kranick has amazing command of that courtroom. By the way, just a little like color from the courtroom. After they were off the record, the judge was still in the courtroom, and he was so nice to deputies, so nice to those students behind him. One sergeant walked in and he's like, "Hey, what's up?" Like totally different like demeanor. Like if you met him like at a parent at a soccer game, he'd probably be like the nicest guy. And he comes across as nice and genuine. He's obviously got command and he's the judge, but when you're
let's put a poll up.
When I got to see him after court, basically, he's still in the robe and all that. Totally like laid back, just a real gentleman thing, a mensch, as we would say. What's his question, COE?
Daddy.
Hi.
Aww.
How you feeling, B?
He's on the ties.
How you feeling?
She's good. So this is more color from the courtroom. Many people in chat were trying to figure out what was on the prosecutor's tie. And
oh, there we go.
Like that, Mommy. That's not your normal voice.
Okay, thank you, sweetie. And we decided that they were turkeys on the tie. So can you please confirm?
100% not turkeys, just weird patterns. I happened to be out there in the hallway when Detective Copsall was out there, and she was asking about the tie, not the patterns, but she's like, no, nice tie. And he said something to the effect of, oh, this has been my closing arguments tie for the last few years. It's just kind of artwork and weird. He's definitely a little quirky like that. I gave the sock update. So there's always, you know, by the way, I love it. Vita just docks the COE. I cannot read this question. That's up. Please
It's
ask.
from Spooner Gal 22. It says, please ask if Will and Owens were truly angry with each other.
Yes. In that moment, I can't even remember what was happening. It was earlier in the
Paul says, can you believe that the defense used what Owens used for his closing? No, it made me sick to my stomach, Paul. It truly made me sick to my stomach. That man to liken, and I'm a victim of SA and DA. You're new to the channel, so you don't know that. And I would not liken my PTSD and all the shit that I carry around with me to a war veteran. There's no way in hell I would do that.
I was so angry, I had to mute because I was screaming through the screen.
Oh, God, I was just, 1 second. I cut myself off. Okay, Paul.
the day. I'm trying to remember. It was an argument over one of the instructions, and they got upset with each other. I don't think there's any love lost. However, to Will J's credit, once they were off the record and court, was adjourned for the jurors to go deliberate, Will J took out this giant, 2-liter bottle of water, kind of like Sarah Boone's wine bottle, and he very generously offered some to James Owens, who looked absolutely exhausted. And you can see it. It's like an athletic competition. Like, they were going at it. But afterwards, I think the state felt very, very confident in their case. And it was, the dust had settled and they were talking to each other. Again, Detective Copsall was there with her partner, Detective Lowen. There were other people supporting the state. I don't know who they are. They could be law enforcement. They could be other prosecutors just coming in to sort of watch closings and, give Will J and Dave Cacciatore a little bit of a boost that they may have needed. What's your read on the jury? Again, it's 5 women, 1 male. The male is like very serious and taking it all in. The women, the DV juror, she had the notebook with it's like a reporter's notebook with a spiral on the top, not on the side. And she was furiously taking notes. And at certain points, I would see her flipping over the top and literally doing this and going through notes. So she is definitely serious, and she's definitely taking copious notes. I also did notice at one point, and again, I can't remember the exact moment, where she also looked over at Sarah Boone and just gave her a stare of death. And listen, when they first picked her, number one, I couldn't understand how they could pick anyone with DV to be a juror. And I thought then it was a surefire win for the defense because Sarah Boone is a DV victim. But when I spoke to some attorneys, they said, no, a true DV victim might see right through Sarah. And that's what I think is actually going on. So it's interesting, not what I would expected, but we'll see. The one that I guess concerns me the most, but I think a little less so now, is the hot pink blouse. She's definitely, in my opinion, going to be, it's either her or the DV, I think, are going to be the jury 4-person. I can't see anyone else being the 4-person besides the 2 of them. And again, she was eager, hot pink blouse, to be on the jury. So I just don't know
hot flash
for what reason. I just don't. And some of her tells have been weird. The only kind of saving grace, I think, is that she was sitting right next to grumpy comb-over juror, and that juror for sure if he wasn't an alternate, would be voting guilty, and she was very friendly with him. So they seem to be on the same level there, the same possible thought process. COE, next question here.
Yep, this is from Kaviana A. What was the most jaw-dropping moment out of the last few days that you can think of off the top of your head?
What was I'm trying to, yesterday morning, what was it?
They were the videos.
Yeah, but in the morning it was something totally unexpected. Oh, I thought the most tense and bizarre moment in this was when the
Paul, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree with you. So I'm just going to start back at your first one. Paul says, can you believe the defense used the phrase out of the box in the start of the closing arguments when describing the prosecution's attack on Sarah's character? After the prosecution called the suitcase a box, wanted to say George would like to have been let out of his box, a horrible metaphor on the heels of prosecution opening argument. Nothing Owen said was, everything he said was cringeworthy. Everything he said is cringeworthy. That man should be ashamed of himself for that. He should be ashamed of himself for trying to liken Sarah Boone to war veterans. It's just absolutely disgusting what that man said. And, yes, people need a defense attorney. And yes, he's got to do the fight for his client, but you don't need to be a scumbag. You just don't need to be a scumbag in doing it. And putting Sarah Boone in the same sentence as a war veteran just did me in. It just did me in. I just cannot believe he did that. I just cannot. And Irene says, I always thought a DV victim on the jury was a plus for the state. It could go two different ways.
I wavered on that one because, like Joel was saying, I kind of was worried that she would be sympathetic towards Sarah Boone. But then as we kind of started seeing more and more of what was happening, that's when I kind of wavered on it and thought, no, she's going to see through this. So.
Armand says, it sounds like Owens does not think well on his feet. A skilled lawyer must have. Yep. Armand, I'm telling you, oh my goodness, I've never heard something so scumbag-like in my life. Claudia says, Rochelle, today I saw Owen as a scumbag. Yep. I'm writing him a letter as a victim. I'm writing him a letter. I'm going to email it to him. Not going to be ignorant, not going to be rude. I'm not going to be anything like that, but I'm going to let him know that I myself would not liken what I carry around to what a war veteran. That is shameful. That is just shameful. Also comparing her situation to a cop who wanted to use his gun but still got home to his family at the right. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. Marie says, if any of those jurors have a war vet for husband, oh boy. Yep, I agree, Marie. Maggie says, yes, you do have to be a bit of a scumbag to work to get murderers off. Let's call it the way it is. And yet everyone gets a defense. Yeah, but I think there's a limit to, you can be a bit of a scumbag, but I think there's a limit to how low you actually go and lines that you just don't cross. And I think liking Sarah Boone to a war vet just done me in. Just done me in.
Witness for the state first got up and kind of changed her story, saying that she didn't think she had BSS and she did think she had battered spouse syndrome. And they went back and forth, and James Owens blew a gasket, and then Will J flipped out on James Owens. It was very tense yesterday morning during that kind of period of time. But today also with the video and the mom breaking down, I mean, emotionally, I think that had a much bigger impact on these jurors because there's no way they didn't hear or see it.
Next question from Ma Green saying, love this live reporting, Joel. Were any jurors losing interest during Owen's rambling? I actually dozed off.
All of them. They tuned it out. I really believe that. I mean, there were so many moments. For a guy that wanted this as badly as he did, and by the way, Tony Henderson's daughter is across from me in this rotunda, so I don't want to get speared by anybody. But during his closings, it was rambling. It was just all over the place. It was not convincing. It wasn't coherent. And he literally said multiple times, I can't find my notes. And he would say, I'm going to show you some videos. Or he would say, I'm going to talk a lot, like all very unnecessary. Compare that or contrast that to the state. I mean, they're like boom, 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 boom. It's like right and tight, like it was just so pared down. Owens was just like everywhere, all over the place. And honestly, it was getting hot in the courtroom, and those jurors were literally on the brink of dozing off, as were a lot of people. It was just hard to follow, and it was difficult in there for him at that moment. I think he was struggling, and he kind of knew it.
And Joel, Coffee First was sort of asking about that, as is Nan R. They're both asking about that moment. Well, really, it was repeated moments of him shuffling papers. And Nan R is asking, I thought it looked like Owens had plenty of time to get his papers in order. Did I see this wrong?
I mean, he wasn't there for the entire morning for the kind of arguing over the instructions. And then there was an hour and a half lunch, and he wasn't there for any of that. So I just presumed that he was preparing his closings, but obviously not in an efficient way.
Yeah, I didn't even take it. I didn't even think of that. All that time he had to prepare. Anja, this was not defense. This was offense. Paul says a very smart, skilled, extemporaneous speaker will listen carefully to his opponent use of specific words and then tailor their rebuttals to, he was like Joel was just talking about. He didn't have his notes organized. Even Rashbaum had a freaking binder script. Even Rashbaum, right? And it's like, and he was flipping through his binder, going through his questions, everything like that. This guy was all over the place. He had all morning. I'm glad Joel pointed that out because I totally forgot about that. To organize. He said he took notes on one thing. He wrote down one thing that Cacciatore said. I honestly don't think he's a closer. I don't think Owens is the closer. And Paul, you're right. Like
I don't know how much worse it can get for Rash when now we are comparing him with this scumbag. We're like, even Rash had his shit together. That man's never gonna get over.
I'm trying not to say the nasty words that are in my brain. I'm trying to filter myself. When Owen said he was going to talk a lot, I knew it was a bad sign. Yeah. But going on about where he's from, and it's just a small town, and he's been here for 3 weeks, and what does that matter?
It almost made me feel like the whole Tallahassee, when they were sitting there talking about Tallahassee and all of that stuff, it was that same vibe. It's like, okay, so you're not going to get along with this jury. What are you trying to come with at this, or come at us with on this? How do you phrase that? You know what I mean, though? It just felt very like, oh, please feel sorry for me because I'm not from here. I don't speak the way you guys do. I don't have that same flow of things. So be kind to me.
Yeah. Marie says, I don't think Owen wanted to do the closing at first. I don't think he did. I don't think he's a closer. Hey, War, welcome. Just call him man. He is the only one. What is it he said? I put the lyrics in because I was like, wait, that's a lyrics to a song. Try to understand. I'm just a magic man. Because he said there, remember he said, try to understand. And I'm like, wait, that sounds like lyrics to me. And it is. It's the Magic Man. I didn't faithfully watch the trial. I did not see the videos yesterday, thankfully. Even without the videos, the suitcase video convinces me the heartbreaking of his mother is enough. Yeah, oh my God, Latu, those videos done me in. Those videos yesterday done me in. Claudia says, Owens made me sick, saying it's the responsibility of victims' family to know if they can take seeing the evidence, declared mistrial scumbag. Right, Claudia? Oh, this trial is not about Owens. No, it's not. And that's what I mean. I don't understand why he started about who he was and blah blah blah. Like I'm from a small town and take pity on me because I've spent 3 weeks in the big city. Like, come on. Armand Fence.
I don't think that he, at this point, when he was giving that closing, I don't even think that he, the man, wanted to be there any longer. I think he was over it.
Yeah. And Armand Fence says, I think some actual DV victims could write to the court as a victim impact statement during sentencing, exploiting DV like Sarah did in Absolute. Oh, good idea, Armand. Verdict.
What? Did you say
Verdict.
there's a
I think it
verdict?
was when
Thumper did.
it was Will
What?
J.
Why is
He was
STS not going to the freaking verdict?
Well,
doing something with
you
a
had it paused for a
suitcase
minute,
where
didn't you?
everyone
I
had to kind of
no,
stand
it's
up, and the
fine. I'm up
jurors were
there.
so happy, like so excited that they had a moment to stand up and stretch. And that's pretty much,
Long crime. Where are you?
that sums it up. That's what it's like.
Oh,
Like
they're going right now.
Right now, like my back is broken, and you're sitting in uncomfortable chairs, and it's a very tense environment because you've got two teams going at it, and a very
Subscribers, thank you to each and all of you. Thank you to Candy for the generous super chat. To Cakespoo, thank you so much. She's also a Discord member. To know 27 to be here now.
Who said
To
2
turn
hours?
the page 2025. Thank you to all of you, and thank you to everyone who has been sending things throughout the day. We appreciate all of you guys being here. If you're new, please remember to subscribe to the channel. Also, please remember to hit the like button. I go back and I review our shows with the number of likes, and it sort of gives me an assessment of what shows were popular and what shows people like. So we know what kind of trial coverage you guys enjoy. So please remember to hit the like button. And again, a verdict has been reached. Stand by. Big shout out and thank you to Space Coast who immediately popped this up for us. So
I think it's because Joel had to run back upstairs
all day, and we're on standby.
Here we go.
All right.
Justice
That
for
was
George.
fast. I called that. I said they're going to eat dinner and have a verdict.
Justice for George. Come on. Oh, God, hope it's not a jury question. Oh, Thumper, my friend, thank you for coming in and saying that. We hear you, George. We're here for you. We are here for you. Here it is, Claudia.
Thank you to Chris B. Thank you to Lisa H4, to Pat Brooks, Deb O.
Okay, I'm just
Becky Ireland. Again, thank you to everyone. We are on standby. If you're just joining us, there is breaking news. There is a verdict reached, and we'll be bringing it to you right now. Thanks so much for being here. We're just going to let it play out. I don't know if Joel is coming out after the verdict is reached. We're just gonna wing it.
I'm going to switch over to law and crime, guys, because just that way we don't get interrupted by talking.
All right.
Welcome, Heather. I'm so glad she's done with everything. George Torres, we are here for you. Absolutely. Thumper, Crime and Coffee Crew, I'm confused because my Emily D. Baker app hasn't alerted a verdict yet. It just happened, so it might take a minute. Paul, thank you. Thank you all for being here in the Crime and Coffee for this verdict for George. I knew we'd have it today. I was leaning towards 3 hours. No, Marie, you're right. He did not deserve this. I just got Emily D. Baker alert too. 1 hour and 20 minutes. I hope his mom is there. I could
use a beer right about now.
Right? 1 hour to eat and 20 minutes for verdict.
Exactly.
Owens is not happy.
I wish I could see his face right now.
Justice for George Torres, 100%.
Exactly.
Oh, be life, be life, be life.
We'll have to come back for court for the sentencing.
And that's disgusting, right? Less time than Charlie. It's disgusting. George's daughters and ex-wife did an interview on Law and Crime. Oh, Leah, I'm going to have to find that link. What are they waiting for? Oh, Claudia, don't start doubting yourself now. I need you to stay strong. I am certain that if any juror dared to suggest an acquittal, there would be 4 or 5 outraged jurors shouting them down. Can't wait to hear juror interviews. Oh, Paul, I can't wait either. Verdict in, Elizabeth. Verdict is in.
I think that if it was going to be an acquittal or a hung jury or anything of that, we would be sitting here longer because there would be people arguing about it. This had to have been okay, I want everybody's opinion. Everybody's like, this bitch is guilty. And they're like, okay, let's write it up.
Yeah. Hey, hi,
I'm
Will.
hoping.
Welcome. Hi, Will. Welcome. Guilt. This was an easy case. It should have been. Oh, okay. Thank you, Claudia. No, I'm saying this seals the deal. Oh, they're waiting for the attorney to get back. Thank you, Donna. I'm just a nervous wreck. And I'm sorry, Elizabeth, did I say hello? I didn't mean to not say hello. You too, Marie. I hope they have the camera right on Sarah Boone's face when the verdict
I
is
do
read.
too. I do too. The judge is like, I was in the middle of a steak dinner.
Shiraz, there's a verdict already. Yep. Will says the videos and great work by the prosecution sealed the deal. Those videos were hard to watch. I'm saying first degree, Claudia. I'm saying first degree. If there was any confrontations, they'd still be deliberating. This is guilty, bar none. Or sorry, second degree. Sorry. That's what I meant. Second degree. They can't go up. Sorry. And I'm pretty sure Claudia meant the same thing. No, it can't be first degree. That was my mistake. She's charged with second degree. It can only be second degree or lesser. Yeah, that's right, Deb. We misspoke. Rochelle, perhaps try Fox 35 Orlando. They're explaining stuff and who's there with live in background. Oh, okay, I will look. No, my bad too. I reckon Owen should be looking for a new career. He needs to find the rock that he crawled out from under in Milton and crawl right back under that rock.
Oh, nobody has to worry about him. He's got a book deal.
Paul says the swiftness of the verdict is mind-blowing. A swift verdict will speak volumes. Hooray. Oh. No, Mom's not there. Oh, she should be for this moment. Ask, Crimes Untangled, what do you think? What do you think they're coming back as?
I think it's coming back as guilty because, as I was saying, if anybody was in there thinking that she was not guilty, it would have been a longer discussion. I believe that there was no way that every single one of them thought, oh, yeah, she's innocent. So I think they all went back there and said, everybody, let's get an initial vote where everybody stands. And everybody's like, this bitch is guilty. And that's the only reason I could see it coming back this quick.
Oh, they are saying family and prosecutors are back in court.
Right.
No, she was saying, what charge do you think they're coming back with?
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Misunderstood the question. I think it's second degree. There's no way she's getting manslaughter.
No, what she's asking, what do you think they're coming back on? You think it's second degree?
I said second degree. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We didn't hear that.
Oh, okay. I said second degree. I said there's no way they're coming back with manslaughter with those videos. No way.
Yeah. Shiraz says, oh, well, oh, hell. Yes, we have a guilty verdict. Armand says, I too have never seen a verdict this quickly. Ian says, I wonder if SB gave her crackers away. She'd have a motel room booked with hookers as well.
Sorry.
Guilty. Will says guilty. The jury just already had their minds made up. Paul says, FYI, Owens was ready to retire and really already semi-retired. Not sure many people know that. This is sort of a swan song for his career.
It went down.
It's the damn Titanic for his career. Yeah. Oh, Donna did hear you. Okay, thanks, Donna. Second degree, if lesser, would took longer to discuss. I agree.
Right. I think they would have been arguing on it.
Sarah's going to start her appeal motions. I don't give a shit about that nasty human being. I just want her gone. put her same as everybody else. I say, put them in the darkest spot of the jail where it's roach and rat infested and mold infested, and just leave her there. Well, that song, that swan song turned into duck soup.
Rochelle, she could just serve her time out in a suitcase.
There you go. Swan song, more like a flightless bird. Nose dive right off a cliff. You're right, Armand. She is a disgrace to humanity. Thumper says we all need to protect the DV defense for real victims to have the right to survive. Agree.
Yes.
And what he did was it was just don't let her feel sun on the skin ever again, right? Offerman.
Got sound.
Here we go, guys. Kranick's going, finally. I'm done with this bitch.
Second. All right, we are on the record in case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State, let me get your parents for the record.
Chief, yes, sure, on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone.
Kevin Beck for Sarah Boone.
Mr. Henderson's not going to be here.
Okay, all right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. Yes, Mr. Beck.
The judge, they've got her in chains and got her in the ankle handcuffs, so she can't go anywhere. I'm just asking, we would like to rise during the jury.
Bitch can sit down.
Oh, she is in chains.
Yep. I can see them.
The waist chain, so that the jury wouldn't see it in case there's something wrong with the verdict form, or there's an issue, which sometimes happens. But that's my position.
Okay. I've been advised by the sheriff that during the reading of the verdict, due to Ms. Boone's status as an inmate, their leg irons and the cuffs are to be attached.
Well, she's going to stay seated.
That's fine.
Mr. Beck's going to stay seated.
I would ask for us all to remain seated, and could you remind everybody in the gallery that there should be no emotional reactions to the
I was
verdict?
just about to address that, sir. Thank you very much. All right, members of the jury, my understanding, or members of the gallery, good evening. My understanding is that the jury in this matter has reached a verdict. I don't know what it's going to be until it's read. If you are unable to contain yourself emotionally and you're going to react in any way, be it in joy or in sadness, I'm going to ask you politely to excuse yourself at this time. There cannot be any emotional outbursts when the verdict is read. Does everybody understand that? I see everybody nodding their heads. Okay. All right. State, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our jury. Everyone will remain seated.
Okay,
Ouch.
Really?
Right in my headphones.
Sorry for anyone wearing headphones. Charlie was in his chains too, remember? And they took off his tie.
Yep.
You're done. You're done. Defeat is behind. Okay, don't tell us then, Warfare. Blair, if you were ahead of us, don't spoil it.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize
You
our
sure
jury?
did, Shrez.
All right, members of the jury, you may be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good evening. I understand that you've come to a verdict in this case.
Yes.
If you could please hand the verdict form to the deputy, please. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, if you could please publish the verdict.
in the Circuit Court of the Ninth Judicial Circuit in Orange County, Florida. Case number 2020 CF 2603. The state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree as charged in the information. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 25th day of October 2024. The form has been signed by the foreperson.
Madam Clerk, please poll our jury.
Juror seat number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, it is.
Juror seat number 2, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes, it is. Juror seat number 3,
They
is this your
heard
true
you,
and correct
George.
verdict?
They heard
Juror
you.
seat number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror seat number 5, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror seat number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Members of our jury, again, I want to thank you for your time, your sacrifice, and your attention in this matter. I know that we spent almost 2 weeks together, and it was not taken lightly, and I really appreciate the time and the effort and the sacrifice that you put into this case. I want to advise you now of your final instruction. Members, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and your consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak to anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, members of the jury, again, I thank you for your service. I'm going to ask you return to the deliberation room. I'll be back there shortly with your jury certificates, and thank you.
Judge decides sentence.
She still doesn't look like she has any emotion.
Friggin' Charlie showed emotion.
Ms. Boone, the jury has spoken in this matter and has found you guilty of murder in the second degree. The court adjudicates you guilty of murder in the second degree. As this is your first felony conviction, you are entitled to a pre-sentencing investigation by the Department of Corrections. Mr. Owens, are you seeking that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. State, I will order the Department of Corrections to prepare the pre-sentencing investigation. State, for the purposes of sentencing, do you anticipate eliciting any testimony from, be it the victim's family?
2 or 3 victim impact statements, sir.
Okay. Mr. Owens, do you plan on presenting any evidence during the course of the sentencing hearing, sir?
Probably some testimony from Dr. Harper.
Okay. All right. How long do you think, State, that you would need?
You mean timing wise, or are we thinking?
A quantum of time, sir. Yeah, well, normally it takes about 30 days or so. I'm confirming with Anita as to availability. I just want to know from your side of the ledger, how much time? Okay, 15 minutes. How much time do you think you're going to need to produce anything from your side of the ledger, sir? Mr. Owens?
I'd say 30 minutes.
Okay.
30 to 45.
So if we set this for an hour, that would be sufficient.
Pardon me.
Okay.
State, please.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay, all right, give me a moment.
Your voice was heard today, George.
Ms. Barrios is checking. Just give us a moment.
Exactly, B-Rabbit.
Remember this.
We can set
date,
this
guys.
matter for 1:30 in the afternoon for sentencing on December 2. State, is that acceptable? It's a Monday.
I just assume, but I'll make it work.
I can move it to later if necessary.
I'm co-counsel on it.
Okay. Defense.
You want me to-
Yes, sir.
If you don't have nothing, you don't have work anymore.
That's
Orange.
Monday, December 2
Right.
at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
I can do your.
Ma'am, you've been adjudicated guilty. I now remand you into the custody of the Orange County Jail pending sentencing on December 2 at 1:30. State, anything else we need to address?
Not from the state.
Defense. All right. Thank you very much. We're off the record.
Wow.
Come and get her. Don't let her talk anymore.
Awesome. I was really, really scared when this state started their opening arguments. I went tonight. I was like terrified that they were fucking it up.
Walk the bitch out.
They did their job. They got it done.
I think she finds it easier to have free board and lodging and no access to alcohol. Was expecting a fit. I was expecting a fit too. Oh, she'll be right in the court. Solitary confinement with no cigarettes and nothing to smoke but Doberman poo. Can you have a thicker mattress? Nope. I think that suitcase should be put in herself so she has to look at it for the rest of her life. I'm hoping they do too, Armand. I still got Joel up. They cut their feet.
She's going, do we have to go now though? I don't see any tear, like nothing.
Sarah Boone can tell herself fill out for a size small jail garb now. Yeah. Now she's
Fingerprints again.
will she stay in the jail until or will she be transferred? She won't be transferred until her sentence. That's
Not
right.
until sentencing.
Her cell isn't that much bigger than a suitcase, Karma.
Hopefully she'll be treated just as well as she treated George.
Hey, X. Today is a good day. Quentin got justice. George got justice. Male victims out there will know that they're going to be believed.
It's been
She
a good
will-
week for justice.
She will appeal. She will brazenly claim she is a victim and that this isn't fair. She won't take her punishment with humility. She will find ways to stay in the spotlight. Absolutely, she will.
Yeah. Just sad.
Prison is a lot different than jail. Yep. I'm digging the deputy's eyelashes. They are lush. Yes, Sarah, this is a good day. She'll already be planning the appeal, unfortunately. That's probably what she was writing at the table. Time for fingerprints and a new mugshot. 2 says, Rochelle, you're such a good heart. God is good today. She wore white today, projecting how angelic she is.
Yeah.
The judge is going to slam her. She's getting the max. George's voice was heard.
Secretly, the judge is like giving her an extra year for every letter she wrote him.
I love you too, Thumper. Let's see if I don't think STS is coming back on. In this case, what is so distressing, it's because they were making her out to be the victim. Meanwhile, this poor man, you seen him even cowering on the floor. So yeah, he probably got a few good ones in there because he was protecting himself. To just an appeal is almost automatic in a case like this, but she's going away for a very long time, Puzzles, wine, and cigarette and paint. Paul, that's amazing.
Actually, it started today, so I might go back and find that.
Where'd this came
Where
from? Lawn lumber.
you have.
You know what? I'm okay with watching a little bit of Lawn Lumber. He's a cutie patootie too. Thank you all for being here with me. I can only just imagine hearing those words from guilty for murder and his mom. As a mom I can't and I don't ever want to understand that feeling, but as somebody that heard those words, I could just imagine how his mom is right now.
You know,
I'm so sorry, guys. I try not to, but that man, for as long as they were together, was abused by her. And unfortunately, his life ended the way that I'm grateful mine didn't. But his life did, and I can only try to be a voice for George. Angie, I was the same as anybody. I only came in for certain moments. I just couldn't keep going with this. Thanks for Rochelle for providing a safe and empathetic space for us to watch this case. Thank you all. You helped me get through it, honestly. Okay, so which verdict is she guilty of? Which charge? She said murder 2nd degree. Those videos absolutely destroyed Sarah, and I can't tell you how impressed I was with the closing argument by the prosecution. It was superior. Will J hitting that suitcase with that bat. I couldn't watch it all. Far too distressing for me. Yeah. And to think they gave a plea deal. Yeah. 2nd degree.
Peter's live too on this one.
Yeah, but he speeds it up. I can't listen to that.
Oh, that I always forget he does that.
Owens was complaining that she had shackles on. Yeah. Owens is making a statement outside the court press conference with Owens. Okay, hold on. Let me try to find it.
This man's got balls.
Is it lawn crime, Thumper? Let me just put it in here. I can't see him. Does anybody know who's covering it? JLR Investigates has a live feed. Thank you.
You okay, Michelle?
Battered spouse
Hold
syndrome,
on.
but
I'm going to
for whatever
rewind this
reason-
a bit for the rest of us.
Are you okay?
Yep.
Okay.
I think so, Marie.
Spoken in this matter and is found you guilty of murder in the second degree. The court adjudicates you guilty of murder in the second degree. As this is your first felony conviction, you are entitled
they
to a
placed it
sentencing
outside?
investigation by the Department
Yeah.
of Corrections. Mr. Owens, are you
For
seeking
the
in this
overflow?
case? Okay. State, I would order the Department of Corrections to prepare the pre-sentencing investigation. State, for the purposes of sentencing, do you anticipate eliciting any testimony from be it the victim's family?
Hold on, let me get back. Let me get to it here.
Mr. Owens, do you plan on
Any comment on the verdict today?
Nope.
Do you plan to appeal?
Why would he appeal it?
But yeah, what the fuck?
Do you think your
Sorry.
client received a fair trial?
What?
Client, you know who I am?
You dumbass.
Ooh, that was the prosecutor. Botched that one.
Yeah, no kidding.
Botched that one. That was the prosecutor, folks. Do you know who I am?
JLR.
Botched that one.
Are you even following the trial?
Right?
He said, "You know who I am?" That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny.
JLR needs a blooper reel for that.
Wow.
No means no. Yikes. He turned around and said, "You know who I am?" That is funny. No, that's funny. That's funny. It's the prosecutor. Wasn't the defense.
Ryan can move on with
Magnolia's
his life. Yes.
Gotta laugh at that one. Gonzo journalism at its finest, folks.
Goodness.
Fox
Any
35.
comment about the win with the verdict? No comment.
Yeah, JLR's just fine.
How you guys feeling today?
Are you feeling that you got some justice? Do you feel like today you finally got justice that you've been waiting for so many years? Yeah.
Let me leave them alone.
Right?
Okay, that doesn't make me happy.
What do you feel the appropriate sentence should be?
Oh my goodness. This is disgusting.
Fox 35.
There's the victim's families.
Exactly.
I'm still laughing at the part that I said to the prosecutor. And you plan to appeal, and he's like, "Turns around, you know who I am."
Sorry, Mike.
This is some interesting stuff out here, all over the place. All right, so
I'm not getting the Fox 35 interview. Hold on.
yes, sir. You good?
Yeah, I'm trying to find someone else. Or Fox 35, I don't see it. It's their news.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I feel that
There's more you than me.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me just stop this one because that just aggravated me.
Did you read what Armand wrote?
Let me go to this one here. There we go.
Thumper, that's sad because I didn't even realize that that's who that was. Because I was like, that is a dumbass move. I didn't even realize who that was. I feel bad
Or
now.
JLR. He does storm chasing, only true crime. Sometimes he's been in Western North Carolina after the destruction and is probably exhausted. I'll give him some grace.
Yeah, I didn't even
Okay.
realize who that was. I feel bad.
And
Hold on, guys.
there was some strong evidence. It was a difficult, as you know, for lawyers, along things.
Jump in here, Garrett Weimer. We appreciate you watching. James Owens speaking
So
with
she
reporters.
just-
Let's listen in.
You know, in shock. She said she would call me tomorrow morning, so we'll talk some more after she's had some time to think about it. I've had some time to think about it, but you know, we're obviously really disappointed. We did the best that we could, you know, in the time that we had to prepare. Sarah really liked the team, and we all got along with the 3 lawyers and the other 2 girls that have helped the other lawyer, 4 lawyers working on the case. And Sarah was, as you know, really happy with us. And, you know, we had some disagreements about how the case should proceed. And Sarah, you know, is opinionated, and some of the things we considered, some not. But ultimately, I think she was happy with the defense. It just didn't go our way. As you know, these trials, you know, a murder charge is a difficult case to beat. And there was some strong evidence that the state used, obviously. And we just, for whatever reason, the jury didn't consider some of the things that we felt like should have potentially been defenses, the justifiable use of force under the battered spouse syndrome. But for whatever reason, you know, we respect the jury's decision. You know, they've been here for 2 weeks. Took us 4 days to pick the jury. And so I'm sure they did the very best that they could under the circumstances.
Was it her decision to not take the plea deal? You think she regrets it now?
I don't think she would have taken anything. You know, I think she wanted, some clients, they want their day in court. And I don't believe she would have taken anything. I felt like the state should have probably negotiated a little bit more, but they were firm on where they were, and Sarah was firm on where she was. I just think, you know, she was convinced in her mind that that she felt like, you know, obviously she felt like she didn't intend to kill George, and that this was just a
Take his name out of your mouth.
because they were both intoxicated. Things happened that, you know, it was just really unintentional act. So I think she felt bad about any kind of a murder conviction or pleading to any kind of a murder, that she was somehow criminally responsible for George's death. And I think that's where her mindset was. And, you know, I think she would have gone to trial even without lawyers. You know, she was ready to go to trial pro se. I think she was happy we came in. We worked as hard as we could. We had about 45 days to get ready, and we did it all that we could. So I think she feels good about our efforts. We put everything out on the table, just like any other contest. You know, you do the very best you can, and then you have to accept, you know, the decision by the jury. We respect the jury and appreciate their time and attention on the case.
Will you be representing her on her appeal?
No, I'll be representing her at her sentencing, but not the appeal. I think she would qualify, since she's indigent, for court-appointed appellate counsel. And those guys, that's all they do is appellate work. And those are probably the best lawyers to handle something like that. But We're, as I said, really disappointed. Sarah is kind of in shock, but we respect the jury's decision. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
I have to, well, I can do this.
That was James Owen.
I have to mute them. I can't use their stuff.
He is.
She's shocked. She's in shock. In my opinion, right, Rabbit B? In my opinion, goodbye, sir. Head back to the early 1900s. That's about your era based on your expressed opinions and statements. Allegedly, my opinion. She's finally starting to understand what happened here. I don't think so. Watching while I just washed my dog's legs. Love having a dog so old. He accidentally pees on in front of his legs. Aw. She had every opportunity to let him out of the suitcase and even call 911 to let them handle it. Sorry. Maybe started out as unintentional, but she had 100 chances to free George and save his life. And true, but I think the minute he was in that suitcase. Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Yeah, it's my big head fitting in all these lenses. That's what we're saying. Okay. All right. Everybody ready?
Yes.
All right. All right. So today, as many of you know, Sarah Boone was convicted of second-degree murder of her boyfriend, Jorge Torres Jr. You know, these events stem from an incident from February 23rd of 2020, where she zipped her boyfriend up in a suitcase in what she claimed to be a game of hide and seek. And 2 videos were introduced from her where he was begging for his life, and a horrific turn of events. And she didn't try to let him out. She didn't do anything to help him. She just went upstairs and went to sleep. And so this is a very horrific homicide. Nobody really should have to endure this type of struggle and fight for their lives and have to die alone, begging for their last breath inside of a suitcase like this. And the jury did amazing work. I'm thankful for our chief of homicide, Will J., and our assistant state attorney, Dave Cacciatore. They did amazing work. Some of you caught me in the courtyard. I was like, I get briefings about it every single day about what they've been doing. But we're excited that they were able to bring this home with a victory because today justice was served with the conviction of Sarah Boone for this very horrific homicide that occurred. And so if you have any questions, I'm going to turn it over to them.
So strong. Oops, sorry.
Ow.
Clearly, the jury did not buy
Correct.
it. The argument was self-defense and battered spouse.
Correct. And so we're going to turn over to Will and Dave to ask all specific questions as to all the defenses, because they did all the great work, so they deserve all the good credit.
Step up a little bit? Thank you. Yeah, so like the defense couldn't speak about that. I know the jury obviously did not buy that. They came down with that second-degree murder charge.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, how does that make you feel? Did you get a chance to speak to the family?
Yes, we're very happy to gain some closure for the Torres family and some justice for George.
Strong closing arguments from the both of you today. What do you think, like she said, this case means for the family and getting justice for George Torres?
I think after 4.5 years and the numerous delays, I think they were finally just happy to see this case go to trial and be able to put this one in the books.
What do you think the appropriate sentence should be?
We'll reserve comment to the sentencing hearing.
Do you expect the verdict to come back that quickly? I think it was an hour and 20-something minutes, very fast.
should never have expectations.
Yes, kosher. Justice for George was served today.
What do you think about the case law with respect to Martinez? I know there was a strongly worded letter you all signaled you would be sending. Is that right for judicial review higher up?
Can't really talk about future legal arguments.
How was it in the courtroom between you and James Owens? There's obviously moments of tension and then also moments of levity. Was this different than a typical battle that you go into?
I wouldn't say it's different than a different relationship than with most defense attorneys.
What would you say to the jurors who were here for about 2 weeks on this case? It was a long jury selection, and then, of course, a lot of evidence to look at and all of that. What would you want to say to them?
Just thank them for their service.
Not at all kosher.
Bill, did you know that it was George Torres' mother who broke down in court today, and that was the reason for the bit of an outburst?
I was made aware afterwards. It happens in these cases.
Do you have a chance to talk to her and say something to her?
I have not yet.
How about you, Dave?
I spoke to her along with the rest of the Torres family after the verdict, and just listened to them.
A strong rebuttal yesterday from you guys. What do you think that evidence showed the jurors and meant for this case?
Not going to really talk about the evidence.
Final question from me is, are you stunned that she did not take that plea deal?
It's not for us to say.
I like his short answers.
Thank you,
Joel asked the best questions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Way to go, Joel.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I like that one guy with the crazy tie because he's just like to the
You're
point. He's
yelling.
like, yeah.
You're
You're
yelling.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, let me fix this first. You can talk.
Okay. Leah says, just have to say that thank you that Will J is wearing, the tie that Will J is wearing is horrible. That's the ugliest tie. I think it was
Thank
a
you.
gift. They're both excellent lawyers. They stayed pretty calm and put the truth out. They had me up and down though. Dave Cacciatore isn't much. It looks like Christmas wrapping paper. Oh, I didn't even notice his tie. Long time friend, how you been at kosher? Paul says, George t-shirt, my girlfriend packed me for a non-existing vacation and all I got was this lousy death. Yeah. They so don't want to be interviewed. No. And nor, yeah, Joel did so good too. Yeah, I think he asked the best questions. Hey, I'm really sick. Got COVID beginning October. Hit my lungs hard. Oh, you're still sick, kosher?
Oh man, that's been a while now.
Joel said that his tie was one he was wearing for closing, a good luck tie. Yeah. He's wore it for every closing he's done. So guess what? Keep wearing that tie. It's I don't know if Joel's gonna do a, let me just see if Joel's gonna. Oh, yeah. 1 sec. Oh. So she is guilty of second-degree murder, and the sentencing date is December 2nd at 1:30 p.m. Yep, going there right now, Marie.
End of the day, Yeah, Josh, I don't know how much of the day did you get to watch the closings or?
I watched some of it. You know, I mean, nothing.
Yeah, her other son is being charged for unaliving his girlfriend. Yeah, it's a sad thing, but I hope his girlfriend gets her justice. You're welcome, Soul. Change header to guilty second-degree murder. Very good idea, Warflare. I will do that right now. Wow, about the other son, yeah. I'll do that right now.
Was said that that I felt was some sort of unforeseen gotcha that nobody kind of realized was going to be an argument. Like I said, end of the day, it is, as much as this trial became or seemed to become complicated, it really comes down to a very simple question of, you know, do you feel there was any justification whatsoever for her actions that evening? And we're not talking about several different defendants. We're not talking about crimes that took place over several days. We're talking about an incident over one night. And it's really the act of walking away, leaving this man inside of a case. Does she need to be held responsible for that? And end of the day, I think they made the right decision.
Yeah, I think it was pretty straightforward to the jurors. Today was an interesting day, Josh, for a number of reasons, but they started closings in the afternoon. As you know, the state went first. I don't know if this is a typical tactic of prosecutors, but I thought it was fantastic. Dave Cacciatore basically on a screen put up the law, for the elements of the crime, right? And then he was giving the jurors specific examples of these elements of the crime. I thought it was really fascinating. He was essentially, and I've said this earlier, it was almost like he was handling their deliberations. He was saying, was there an imminent threat? And he showed why there wasn't. Was it a depraved mind? And he showed why it was. And he just.
Yeah, Warflare, I've seen it too. It was 16.75 years, but a lot of people were saying that it was said, I guess at some point in court, that the minimum was 22 years. So I'm just saying 22 because you know what? I think she's getting life. So I think the judge is going to give her life. Oh, some days better than others. Last two have been hard. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kosher.
Escape.
I wish I could take it away for you.
Not point, counterpoint, but point example. And I thought that was really effective. In contrast to James Owens, he got up there, Josh, and was just all over the place. I mean, he literally said, I don't know where my notes are. I can't find my notes. A couple times, happened more than 2 or 3 times where he had to go and hunt down notes. He told the jurors a couple times that he was going to take a long time. It was a little bizarre. What do you make of that kind of courtroom execution, I guess, by a defense team?
Well, I've taken him to all through this be a little folksy, and he kind of I don't know if it's an act or just the way he is, but he kind of embraces that aw shucks, I'm just up here doing a job, kind of I'm not this slick, polished, high-priced attorney. I'm just up here trying to tell you people how you should view this whole thing. I will say too that the defense usually thrives in the space of confusion. So the prosecutor did an excellent job in making it less confusing. They want to spell it out so the jurors have no question. I've seen prosecutors to the point of showing them the verdict form and saying, this is the box you should check, and here's where your signature should go. It's almost like they're walking them through their taxes. They're so deliberate about it. So it was good that he was clear. The defense can be confusing because if the jurors are confused, fantastic. Confusion means they haven't reached a verdict beyond a reasonable doubt. But it sounds like the confusion here may have been a little bit part of that lovable, befuddled attorney act, and perhaps maybe that's not an act. That's a little bit just him.
Yeah. I'm probably wading into dangerous territory, but there was a motion filed the other night by the state, basically questioning a potential conflict of interest between Sarah Boone and her entire defense team, because they're doing this pro bono, and they are paying the only person that they are saying that they're paying is the private investigator. Then a few sources told me, and I said this on Ashley Banfield, that James Owens, in lieu of payment, had asked for rights to her story, basically, for a movie, for a book. When he saw me in court the next day, he was not happy with me. So he gave me a statement basically saying it's categorically false. But then in court today, it came up. This motion actually came up. I think it was after the verdict. It was, or not after the verdict, or maybe it was very late in the day, and the state attorney, Will J, basically said, "Look, I don't want Sarah Boone to basically come back and say, because I offered such and such, that she felt bound in this relationship, this situation." He wanted to make sure there was no conflict. And then he basically asked the attorneys one by one, and James Owens gave an interesting kind of answer, which was a non-answer. And then they went to Tony Henderson, the second chair, and he got up and he said, "I don't know anything about any of this." Like, he was removing himself from the entire thing. And then the third lawyer, who's from New Mexico, had a very strange reaction too. Like, he kind of laughed and then got up and said, "This is attorney-client privilege, but I don't think there's anything happening." But it was not like, yes, this did not happen. It was very, they were very circuitous in their answers. What do you make of that?
Well, I have heard of fee arrangements like that. I've never myself been a part of it, obviously, but never even spoken to anyone who's directly done it. I think it's asking for trouble, because I mean, anytime you're somehow tying your compensation to I mean, if you want to get into the weeds on this, wouldn't it benefit him? There might be an argument that it might benefit him depending on the results of the case. And so anytime you get into this thing where it's not just a straightforward fee agreement or a straightforward, I am representing you for free. Now, I don't know if that means it's legal or not. I'm not trying to make that assessment at all, but I do think it's getting into very dicey territory when you come up.
This is off topic, but I'm going to ask my American friends this, because it is allowed here. Does a prisoner have the right to vote in an election?
No.
Oh, no?
No.
Oh, wow. Angie, Rochelle, have you followed Delphi case? It's crazy, and judge makes rulings no one understand. Defense please pray justice for Libby and Abby. Libby and Abby, I'm going to put them in the no, ma'am. No, they can't vote. No, okay. Not felons. Interesting. Do you know our prisoners get tax refund checks, or sorry, rebate checks? So for, I say hydro, you guys say electric. So if there's a hydro rebate check that they send out, prisoners get those here.
Are you serious?
Yep. GST, it's a refund. It's a GST check. It's our tax here. Well, it's called HST now, harmonized sales tax, but they get those too. No, they can't vote and no longer ever own a firearm again if they get out.
Nope.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering because they put up a voting booth here in the prison so they can vote. They tried to change that felon's vote. Don't know if it succeeded. Yeah, they do it here. They put a voting station right in, I guess, a cafeteria. I don't know. And they vote and they get all government rebate checks. And yeah. So I don't know why I thought of it. It just came to my brain. I'll put this back on and I'm going to put Abby and Libby. Does anybody know, is it Delfoy? Is that their last name?
Delphi, isn't that where it happened? The Delphi murders?
No, definitely. Still, nothing is worth being a criminal. Absolutely not.
No.
If anybody knows Libby and Abby's last name, can you please let me know?
With these creative ways of getting compensated, but it could have been just kind of a informal agreement between them, and none of them want to get really close to it. It is attorney-client privileged. I mean, that is one of the things that you don't have to divulge. But you know, well, I don't want to push you on where you got the information from, but it is to me asking for trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it was circulating widely within the courtroom yesterday, or right after it was filed very late in the day. I think the day before. So people were talking about it. Again, he was very, very defensive about it. And you know how you attorneys are, Josh. So
right. And I was going to say, is this the type of client you really want to get into a sticky situation when it comes to fees on? I mean, if she's worried about her slapping some sort of, ineffective assistance to counsel or conflict of interest suit against him down the road, I'm thinking she's absolutely the one to do it.
Oh, for sure. She's already, I bet you're writing some kind of letter to Judge Kranick right now. She had an interesting reaction, which is kind of a non-reaction. I just had this thought, neither here nor there, that
my phone's having
I have this guy, Larry
keyboard's
Levine,
having
on.
issues.
He's a prison consultant. He served 11 years in federal prison. And he said something that always stuck with me, that he actually enjoyed jail, or prison, I should say, because he didn't have taxes. He didn't have a mortgage. He didn't have any of these worries. And he's a criminal, and he just kept to himself and did his thing. And I'm thinking, like, maybe Sarah Boone will actually not hate prison. I would want to unalive myself. But look, she was indigent. That was another point that Will J made in terms of these payments. How's she paying people, this private eye? Basically, she's using welfare money, what amounts to welfare money or taxpayer money. So that was very interesting to me. But yeah,
she's
go
also
ahead.
So far 6-7 hours. Thank you guys for the last name. Thank you. Soul says laugh out loud. She's probably writing a letter to the judge right now. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going back.
Been living that life for the last few years too. I mean, it's not like this. You're taking a person who's been enjoying freedom for the last few years and telling them they're going to now go behind bars. She's been living it.
That's a great point. There was another very interesting, very kind of upsetting moment in court today. You knew that the state was going to play the suitcase video. Well, George's mom had reportedly never seen this video, and she was sitting in the front row, and not even 10 seconds into it, I just heard this audible gasp, and then she was, I don't want to say hysterical, but she was kind of folded over, and you could tell she was starting to hyperventilate, being ushered out by her son and daughter, and everyone took a second to try to figure it out. But when they were done with that part of the closings, James Owens was basically irate and said to the judge, this is going to impact and influence the jurors. He asked for a dismissal of the case at that point. The judge denied it. But he was kind of incredulous that a family member could cry in court, and then directed or asked the judge to direct the people in the gallery, including family members, to not indicate any sort of emotion. And I think it came across to everyone in there as really being heartless. So have you run into that?
Yeah. I mean, this is a great example of how it's a reminder this isn't a spectator sport, right? These are real people's lives. And that was a real God honest reaction by a mother watching her son's last moments of his life. I mean, just think about how that must have weighed on this poor woman to see the last moments of her son's life to be taken in such a tragic way. Listen, I understand Owens has to, he's got to preserve some of these arguments. I understand that he feels that, perhaps that will impact the jury, but there are plenty of trials where there are outbursts in court all the time because you are dealing with such high emotions and real people's lives. And it's a reminder to us too, who cover these types of things, because we've seen that video so many times now that you kind of get dull to the idea of what's happening, and you're looking at it almost more as evidence than the final moments of this man's life as he's begging for his life. And that's how she was viewing it. And it's giving me chills just to think about it. Had I watched a family member, and that was the first time I was viewing it, I probably could not control myself either.
Yeah, and they left in tears. They were escorted down the hallway by a court representative. There's a question from Abby Crossing. James Owens, Josh, did make it very clear that he would not handle her appeal. But I guess, Abby, I can barely read this, but is asking, are there public defenders, since she is indigent, who specialize in, the appeals process for these defendants?
There are public defenders at the appellate level, and they don't function.
Hey, Mac, welcome back. Guilty, second degree. No, I'll never be there. I can't listen to that video without tearing up. Yep, I know, same here. Hello, Monarch. Welcome. Good evening, friends. Great news. Sweet justice would be to have Sarah Boone and DA sharing a cell. Yeah.
I'd rather them share a suitcase.
Well, I can tell you one thing. DA is not happy with the other inmates that are around her. She's not getting out in any way, shape, or form. No. And she's going to get so many strikes against her. She'll stay the rest of her life in there. I am not worried about that. She can't keep her mouth shut. She can't behave. She'll think she can boss people around. Soul, I'm corresponding. I'll just say that.
In the same way, in that they don't have to deal with the client as directly, because when you go to appeal, it becomes much more a function of analyzing how the trial played out, different decisions made by the judge. So they're usually sitting in a room analyzing court transcripts and motions and hearings and everything else, and it's not so much about the facts of the case and dealing with the client. So this will likely be appealed. She will likely be assigned an attorney. We're talking months to years down the line.
Yeah. Armand, she will complain and bicker about everything. Yep. She will. It's not surprising about DA. It's Happy, my friend. Long time no see. How have you been? Yeah. Let's just say they are very unintelligent is the nicest way to put it. That was quicker than Charlie. Yep. It was, Mac. 1 hour and 20 minutes, guys. And that's with them eating. Can someone remind me what was the plea she was offered? So no narcissistic. She's so narcissistic and her own worst. And she manslaughter, 15 years. Oh, I love you right back, Happy. Yep, 15 years. Armand, I can't imagine her staying quiet during impact statement. No, my God, this is going to go on forever. She is not going to want to stop hearing her own voice. So tomorrow, I'm sitting down. I'm writing an impact statement. and I'm writing it for George, and I'm going to send it to the courthouse. Plus, she could have gotten out earlier than an option for parole at 85% of time based on good behavior. Yep. She would have been out in 6 years. Yep. I'm writing a letter, an impact statement for George. And I'm going to send it tomorrow, or I'm going to write it tomorrow and try to make sure it's there before December 2nd. And I'm not gonna sign my name. I'm just writing it on behalf of George. I love how good behaviors really, they behaved, right? I don't need to be recognized for it. I just need to give George a voice in this. Only just got here. What was her reaction? Nothing, Patricia. Charlie had a reaction. She had nothing. Max says, I don't know about Owens, kind of not looking too good, right? Happy says she talked herself into much deserved higher guilty verdict. So nice. She is so smart. Not today. Guilty for leaving him to painfully die intentionally, right? Earlier, I got a call from DV victim drinking and crying. DV victims need our prayers. Their scars are forever. Forever. That's why I say people like Sarah, it's like they want to wear it as a badge of honor. This is not a badge. This is not something a real victim would ever want. They don't want people to ever have to. I say it this way. It is a club I did not ask to join, nor do I wish anybody else to ever join it. Patricia's sentencing is December 2nd at 1:30 p.m. DA did a good job showing she was aggressor. Yes, they did. Two victims got heard today, and that just warms my heart that unfortunately they're not here with us, but what trial? I'm trying to find out about the sheriff and the judge. I believe it's in Georgia. When that is, I'm hoping it'll be open court. Not too sure yet. Anybody here in the coffee crew, what trial would you guys like for us to follow? What a great day going to binge on chocolate. I've been binging on chocolate at night. Oh, Kentucky. Thank you. Thank you, Irene. I got it wrong. I have a box of Halloween chocolate, and I'm just, it's right here. It's right beside me. And I don't usually eat chocolate, but when I'm Delphi now, Crystal Rogers. Deb, when does Crystal Rogers start? Is it already started? Delphi now. Shannon Gardner. There's another 2 down, 1 to go. Melody Ferris. Yes, that's a good trial. That's a really good trial. Shannon Gardner. Has anybody heard of the OnlyFans trial? Is that going to start soon? We could review the Mike Williams case too until another case drops. The trial with Melody Walker is very interesting. I think it goes until November 4th. It's very salacious. Yeah, I've been following it. November 1st, you think, for the OnlyFans trial? Yes, Melody Walker Ferris. Oh, Courtney Clenny OnlyFans trial. Don't know when it starts. Because that's another one in Florida. Shayna Gardner.
All right, Rochelle. I need to get going.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thanks for joining us, Jamie.
Thank you for having me.
What's the Mike Williams about? I'm not sure. I'll have to look into it. Salacious is a great word to describe its soul. Yeah, right, Soul. Hi, Angie. All these husbands and wives fooling around. It's just, I don't get it. If you want to be with someone else, end your relationship first. It just doesn't make sense to me. I have not seen that yet. I was going to watch it on review. So she was actually on the stand today, Patricia. Maybe we should just wait for the movie. I will look into the Mike Williams. Mike Williams was murdered by his childhood friend who was also having an affair. Oh my Lord. I'd like to jump into one that's just starting, not one that's already going, because other channels are obviously following them, and I don't want to do that to them. Yes, again, thank you, Irene, because I'm not sure about that one. I wasn't sure. I want to jump into a trial that's fresh. Tim Jansen involved in the Mike Williams case. It's interesting. When did it start, guys? So Sarah will be ringing her bells of malevolence with malicious intent in her bully pulpit. Tim Jansen's involved in the Mike Williams case. Many years ago. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Armand. That's right. Somebody said we should revisit it. That's right. Crystal Rogers has just had some updates. Haven't seen anyone doing her. Okay. Mac, I give up on them ever getting Wendy, not holding my breath. It's an old case, Rochelle, we talked about here a few weeks ago. I'm so sorry, guys. With all these cases, your brain gets twisted, but I do, and I can say 100%, because some creators are saying Charlie's still in Florida. Other creators are saying he's back in South Dakota. 100% I can say Charlie is in South Dakota, because his birthday is coming up, and he's has a visitor going to see him for his birthday. So I can say 100% Charlie is in South Dakota. There's plenty of new cases to watch, though. I'm here for any you cover, Rochelle. Oh, thank you, Irene. Well, I'd like to, listen, I'm going to let the coffee crew choose our next trial. This is the criteria. It's got to be fresh. We don't jump in at midway. And that's the only criteria. And then I'm going to let the coffee crew choose it, and we will Even if it's 2 trials, we'll figure it out. We'll work it out somehow. I'm looking at the poll here. 39% said 2 hours, 31% said 3 hours, and 31% said Monday. And it was an hour and 21 minutes. Isn't that something? I will. So name out the ones and we'll see what you guys give me some names and I will put them in the poll. Kentucky. Oh, Kentucky. that one I'm really, really interested in. I think that's going to be, I cheated on the poll. I answered after the verdict came in. Kentucky. Yeah, Claudia, I was at the 3 hour too. Becky says, hello everyone. Verdict was even faster than Charlie Adelson's verdict. Yes, it was. Becky, welcome. So what's the Kentucky trial about? It is about the sheriff that murdered the judge. And there's a lot of unanswered questions. He just went into the judge's chamber and just kept shooting. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Same, Irene, 3 hours. That was exciting. Kentucky. That's a good one to follow. Crime and Coffee, the judge. Yeah, I'm really, Tennis Girl, have you heard anything about when that's going to start? The weapon down and gave himself in. Yep, Armand, it's going to be interesting. I almost think it's going to take, unfortunately, the turn like Karen Reed, where it just split the town in two. I have a feeling that judge is going to be one dirty bird. So do I, Mac. Trish, I think Patty's doing the Crystal Rogers trial, so maybe you do the judge one. That's what I'm thinking. I know a lot of people are going to cover the judge one, but I'm following the Shannon Garner trial whenever it happens, another Florida trial. Let me just put that one up in there and we'll just see. Okay. Nothing about it. So you're clear on being on that one. Wouldn't be stepping on my any toes. No, I've already, like I've said, that definitely I will be covering that one because we covered the hearing and all that. I just went for the shortest wait and prayed for a guilty verdict. There you go, Leah. I think the sheriff is the shady one. He was about to lose everything allegedly. See, and I think the sheriff was the one because he was told not to say anything, not to put any charges on his deputy. And I think the judge's office was a bravo. And because the sheriff was taking the fall, I think a lot of people will be on Shannon Garner. I'm going to follow it, but Crime and Coffee Crew can be the satellite for the judge one. So why don't we do this? Why don't we do, we're aim for the Kentucky trial and we'll do evening reviews of the Shannon Gardner trial. What the heck is it with Florida? I live in Banff, Alberta. 2 issues in decades. I don't know. I don't know too. Because sometimes I think, oh my God, but the sometimes it's probably a good thing we live in Canada. Patricia Burns, the sheriff found a compromising pic of his 16-year-old daughter on the judge's phone. Yep. Max says, careful, don't jinx. Those trials will take a year at least. We're going to start this poll for these 2 trials. Exactly. We hear about Florida more than anything else because of the Sunshine Law. Absolutely. There's another Kentucky case. Woman. Oh, no. Shannon Gardner is, 1 second, laugh out loud. Oh, I'm still so Patricia, you keep telling me, and I am so sorry. Shayna. And I said it wrong in the poll. I said it wrong here. Hold on. I'm going to end poll. We'll start again because I wrote it wrong. I apologize for that. We better get her. I'm going to get her. I'm going to get the right spelling. It's Shanna Gardner. Okay, we'll do that again. Sorry, guys. I had the. So it's pronounced Shayna. Okay. And so Irene says Shayna Gardner allegedly offed her ex. She comes from a wealthy family and there's some weird patterns in her family. Like, this is the one, let me get this right. This is the one where her husband was driving down the road and somebody threw a tire out on the road and he got out of his truck to move the tire and the gunman took him out. Is that the right case I'm thinking about? I have a day job too, but if it's a trial that I'm going to do in the evening, if it's a trial that I'm going to review in the evening, I turn it on while I'm at work. And ex-husband. That's right. Ex-husband. Yep. That's the one. Child in the car too. Yes. Oh yes. That's a good case too. There's so many. I've got so many in my head that sometimes it's hard to keep them straight. Oh, what a day, guys. What a day. Quentin Simon. George Torres. No, Soul, I have a hard time watching ones where the children are harmed. But these children were in the car, they weren't harmed. Thank goodness. Yeah, but the children weren't harmed though, Tennis Girl. Welcome. I'm so glad jury came back like that and the DV victim on the juror, she knew what real DV is. Yeah. I'm just so happy that Sarah was not she was allowed to use it, but people saw through it. They saw that she wasn't a real victim. I believe that's what I heard too, Irene. I'm just so glad she wasn't allowed to get away with using that excuse. Soul says, okay, good night, guys. Thanks for the update. Sleep well, Boone. Yeah, I hope she never sleeps again. When Judge allowed it, I was glad, but then got concerned how the state was presenting. Oh, Tennis Girl, I was too. I was too. Max says, I don't think Sarah learned anything from this. No. Nope, nothing at all. All's well that ends well, eh, Armand? Happy says, insulting that they had the DV abuse book on their table, right? Clearly, she memorized what to say. He made photocopies. She was studying it. Oh, no. That's just... Agreed at Mac, and that's why she should get Max. She thinks she did nothing wrong, danger to society. Yep. Showing her drunk time, injuries with no proof of anything of the dual abuse. I agree. And I'm not saying George didn't put some of those marks on her, but I'm also going to say that I think it was in self-defense. State started out weak, but closed strong. They sure did, Mac. Oh, wasn't that William J. comparing her to Darth Vader was legendary. Yes, it was. And then he said something about the Matrix. It was great. It was absolutely great. No, I believe in the United States, they're not allowed to make money off of their crimes. Armand says, Rochelle, the judge will certainly read your letter. The judge will certainly read your letter. Only family and friends can give theirs in court. Exactly. And I'm grateful. I'm fine with that, but I want him to read my letter, and I'm writing it for George. Basically a letter to George for the judge to read. That's the way she was planning on paying Owens and other lawyers. Yeah, supposedly, allegedly right now, is that Owens got her to sign over the rights to her story. Shayna Gardner's ex name is Jared Brigadin. He was a Microsoft executive, Crime and Coffee crew. I'm going to put, we know what we do. We put them in the We put them in the ticker. Yeah, just give me 1 second, and I'm going to add Jared to the ticker. You know, this is sad in a way, because every stream we're needing to add more people, more victims to the ticker. Marie says Sarah will never tell the real story. Who would buy the book? It would be all lies. If it's Sarah's words, it'll be all lies. Unless he was to write a book that it tells the truth but adds Sarah's version into it. Do you think the guards in OC will get revenge for Sarah being so difficult? I would think. I like how you let us do a recap every night, so whatever you decide to do will be great. I think that chat disconnected. Please wait while we try to reconnect you. Successful connected. What happened to chat? Huh. The video of Boone berating George while he's on the floor cowering. She didn't sound drunk. Her voice was different than her court voice. Yes. Yep, she made this oddity crime a story. Sicko Sarah. Since I have not watched the trial live, were the texts bad? Also, no, and they didn't put the text up on the screen, Armand. He just read some of them out, so which really took the oomph out of any of them. The defense team did a great job for what it's worth. They just had an impossible battle, but a lot of folks thought maybe she would get the lesser included. I was one of those. I was so scared of that. We hear you. Okay, yeah, no, the YouTube chat for some reason said I had a thing on it said YouTube chat disconnected. That really got me really like he was, I don't know. I'm just here for coffee. I don't really care what we watch. Hey, Mac. So I'm going to try to look in to see if we can get some more information on the sheriff trial. What we could do for right now, guys, is Gina, yes, justice has been served. George's voice was heard today. I am so grateful his voice was heard today. I can't even imagine either. I thought from the jump, she pushed him down the stairs, cleaned up the house, tried to call the ex to get him blamed for George's injuries. Oh, I never once thought that. She really did think she was going to walk. Does anyone know who the foreperson was? Joel had said it was Hot Pink Girl. I think that's what he called her. There was no fun day Sicko Sarah activity. She bought the wine, duly fought, and he winded up gone. Yes. At least we know what Sarah will do in prison. Arts and crafts, puzzles, and toilet wine. Yep. Oh, I definitely think she tried to pull Brian into her mess to blame, but he was too smart. I think at first he was saying that when he before the verdict came in. But I think he said it after the verdict came in. When she called the ex in the middle of the night, she knew George was very injured, whether she bent him inside while he was blacked or she was conned him inside. Her text showed she'd get rid of him. For a mom to see that is beyond horrible. That is suffering beyond comprehension. I broke down. I broke down when I realized it was her. Genuinely, Gina. Don't forget the Dr. Pepper. Oops. I just smashed the like. I hope that's a good thing. Oh, guys, what a day. I rushed home from work to be here for the closings. And then I thought, that's it. I'm staying on. I'm staying on till we get our verdict. There's no way I can believe that Sarah put George in the suitcase. He had to get involuntary. I think she beat the crap out of him. And he did it to get her to stop. That's what I think. I see Court TV has the Torres family talking about Sarah 12 hours ago, 11 minutes segment. Oh, Court TV had it? Let me find it. Let me find it for us. You said it's on 12 hours ago. Let me find it for us. Oh, there it is. Let's put this on. I would almost wish for Brian to change his last name. I think for himself and for his son, which again, you all know I don't like to announce the children's names, even though they're out there. Okay, we'll listen to this. Hopefully they don't get mad at me. Oh.
Trial for George Torres. Prosecutors say that he was murdered by his longtime girlfriend, Sarah Boone, who had him trapped inside of a suitcase, beat him, and left him to die. The defense is saying that Sarah Boone was acting in self-defense. Now, George Torres' family is speaking out this morning, saying that he's being unfairly depicted as an abuser and that it was Sarah Boone who was the real aggressor. Now, since early in this case, Torres with us. We also have Dolores Ortiz with us, who is George Torres's first wife, and she also brought with her this morning her youngest daughter.
At Tennis Girl, yeah, is this a YouTube stream? Yes. Court TV.
Destiny. First of all, my heart goes out to all of you and for all of us here at Court TV. We are so sorry for your loss. Thank you for coming on the show. And I know that you really want to clear the air. And Anna Victoria, I know you've wanted to kind of be the family spokesperson. So I want to start with you, please. The way that your dad has been depicted as being an abuser in this trial, I know that it has upset you and you felt it's very unfair. Tell us why.
Story, and unfortunately we are the voices now, and the way the trial has gone and the way things have taken place have nobody has ever contacted us to hear our story or ask us questions in regards to our father, his character, or the relationship between him and Sarah Boone. Me and my siblings actually spoke to our father that night. And we have a lot of experiences with Miss Boone that do not speak to what the media is stating she is, a victim or a gentle individual. I'm sure she's loved over there at jail due to the fact that Sarah Boone is very, very calculated. She by no means is a kind and sweet, soft-spoken woman. She is very calculated, very devious, very conniving. My father was sheltered and berated. He was kept from us. He was the real victim in this situation. Unfortunately, again, as stated, he is not here to tell his story, but we are here to give his side the best we can from the view that we were able to see things.
Sure. Anna Victoria, in one of the videos that we've all seen, Sarah Boone told police that George's family didn't like her and that they referred to her as the blue-eyed white dragon. Would you talk about where that nickname came from, and if it's true that you all didn't like her, and in particular, why?
I can definitely answer that. As far as the nickname is concerned, that was created all through Sarah's little brain. Other than that, she was definitely correct as far as us not liking her, and she should have stated that she didn't like us either, because that is very much correct as well. She, like I stated, is very evil, and what she is acting out there on the stand and within that courtroom is baffling to me, because that is not the real Sarah Boone at all. But yeah, she was correct. We don't like her. We didn't like her. That will never change. Unfortunately, I do feel bad for her and I wish her the best. But what I do wish is that my father receives his justice and she gets the time that she deserves. And a slap on the wrist is not it. Other than that, as far as a relationship with Sarah, one that was a good one, there wasn't one. We tried, we definitely tried, but she did not.
Anna Victoria, thank you for sharing all of that. I want to go to your mom now. Dolores, you were married to George for 14 years. I have three beautiful children with him. Two of them are here with us today, Destiny and Anna Victoria. We understand that at one point, Sarah Boone tried to fight you. Tell us about that.
Not per se fight me, because we've only, I want to say that we've had one engagement, which was for my children's birthday party that they attended later in the evening. So I really have never had like a confrontation. It was made verbal over the phone. She had threatened me a couple times to come over and that she would dust her doormat for myself and my daughters. But it was basically verbal threats that she would give every time that George would call his children, any chance that he had, that he was able to call his children to speak, and I was present. It was a problem for George. She was very much jealous of me, for what reason I'm not aware of, but we never had physical, altercations.
Well, and that's a very good thing. Tell us, Dolores, during your marriage to George, was he ever violent with you or any of your kids?
He was never violent with my children. We would have normal husband and wife family spats here and there, but never to the point where police were ever involved, DHS was ever involved. We were never that type of family. I can't relate to Sarah and the abuse that she so-called claims that she's received from George, because I never received abuse like that. I want to say the only thing that I can say about George is that he was a ladies' man.
Gotcha. Okay. And so just to be very clear here, did anything physical ever take place in terms of physical violence that he inflicted on you?
No.
And thank you for that. I know these are very personal questions, but we really want to get everything out here and get your side of all this, as everyone in the courtroom isn't hearing it. Destiny, we're so happy to have you here. You were a surprise this morning. We knew Anna Victoria was coming on and your mom, and we're so glad to see you too. What would you like to say about your dad, the kind of person that he was? What would you like the world to know about him?
My dad was an amazing person. He was my best friend. Nobody's perfect, but my dad was very loving. Everybody loved him back. He didn't deserve what happened to him. I don't think anybody deserves to die like that. I was 15 when it happened. I ended up being very depressed and going through suicidal thoughts and things of that nature. Yeah, we're just really trying to get my dad justice.
He's got it now, sweetheart.
We know you are. We know you are. And Anna Victoria, back to you really quickly. You said that no one has reached out to you. Has the prosecutor's office reached out to your family?
As far as my father's mother, his father, his siblings are concerned, they have been communicated with due to the fact that they do live in Orlando. I live in Philadelphia, but nonetheless, I have communicated with the attorneys. The only thing I would say is I've never been contacted in regards to who my father was. I'm not sure if Sarah Boone deleted the calls or anything like that, but I'm sure those things were able to be, brought back up. But my siblings and I spoke to our father that night, and I do think that our encounter and what took place over the phone is very valuable to the case, as well as what their relationship was like and what Ms. Boone's plans may have been that night. Again, whether they have been premeditated or not, in my opinion, they very much were, due to the character of Sarah and all the experiences that we've had with her. But
what did your dad say on the phone?
If we were
Anna
contacted,
Victoria?
things could have been much better. So nothing in specific, but we talked on the phone for months at a time, every so often. I would say that I spoke to my father at least 3 times a week, maybe more. And we would stay on the phone as long as he possibly could stay on the phone with me, without Sarah getting agitated or whatever the case may be. I can't really put into words the way she would act.
Yeah, you all got to know a different Sarah Boone.
Just talk all
That's
the
for
time,
sure.
and my other that day seemed very uneasy.
Yeah. Well, again, we are so sorry for your loss, and would love to continue the conversation with you as we're getting close to the jury getting the case. Anna Victoria, Dolores, Destiny, thank you all for coming on opening statements. And as we go to break, we want to remember George Torres. Whatever allegedly happened between him and Sarah Boone, he sure didn't deserve to die. He was only 42 years old, and as you could see, had a beautiful family. You just saw 2 of his 3 kids, and he was deeply loved. We are.
Oh, wow. I just don't even know what his youngest daughter, she went through that after her dad was murdered. Oh. Okay, do you all think Sarah Boone will speak after her sentencing? At her sentencing, I'm on the fence, but I think she will. I think she'll have a novel to read to us. She's behaving pretty good. I think she will stick to protocol at sentencing. Oh, you don't. I think she's going to stand up. I think it's going to be like Jody. I think Sarah Boone will speak at sentencing. This was not intentional. My God, that was touching. His kids just explained how a parent is loved no matter what and affected deeply. Right, Happy? It's hard to understand why he stayed with her. Help me understand this. It's trauma bonding. It was trauma bonding. It's a hard thing because your brain tells you that you need to go. But everything is stripped from you. Everything. Claudia says, Rochelle, excuse my stupidity, but why was that a hostage video? Well, do you like a terrorist video, right? Where you've got people that are being held hostage for a ransom or whatever, and they're just sitting there and they're being told what to say. And it's complete, like they're supposed to say, I'm happy, they're feeding me, I'm being taken good care of, this and that. And that's what it looked like to me, was a hostage video. And it was the first image I got when I saw that video. And that's why I said last night, I just had to stop, because I'm like, this is a hostage video. We're watching her dictate to him what to say to the courts for her benefit. He even says in the one spot, I don't know what more you want me to say. But back to Marie, the I can only speak from my experience. I can't speak for George's. There was so many times I tried to leave, and I was so intertwined financially, and I had no access. I had no access to the money, nothing. And he had a habit of, when we went to grocery shop or whatever, he would have money on him. And it was the most embarrassing thing ever, because he would wait till the cashier told him how much it was, and he would pull out the money and hand it to me. And then sometimes he would forget to get the change, and I would hide that money. So if he went on a drug bender or anything like that, I could still eat. I went a good month without eating. Just little scraps here and there, because I was starving, because he was doing drugs and he wasn't hungry. So then it's like, even there with George, she would keep his ID so he couldn't cash his money, because he wasn't there. So she would make sure that money didn't get cashed unless he was at that house. And I tried so many times. I would hide money behind picture frames. I would hide money in, I had a winter jacket that had an inner pocket that he didn't know it had an inner pocket. I would hide money in there. And each time I got to the point of, I'd rather sleep in my car. I would rather sleep in my car than go through this. Things miraculously changed. It's the mind, and part of my language, it's the mind fuck that they put you through. And it was constant. It was constant. He even had an affair with my own sister, and somehow, some way, made me believe that that was my fault. I caused that to happen. So I know people say, why don't they just leave? It's not easy. When you have everything, your dignity, your self-worth, everything torn from you, it's not easy. I hated looking at myself in a mirror because I was empty. I can't, and I'm going to be honest with you guys, I can't count how many times I wished I would not wake up. Thinking either like how it was my honestly thought this is my only way out of this is if I don't wake up. And when I told him I was leaving and I had a plan finally, I should have kept my mouth shut, but I didn't. And then that's when everything happened. And that, the suitcase video and all of this, and I think to myself, did George tell her he was leaving? Did George tell her he was done? Because she went to extremes. So if there's anybody out there that hears me and you are in a situation like I was or like George was, first off, if you need someone to speak to, please email me. Please email me. I will be there for you, stranger or not. And if you have a plan, please don't vocalize that plan. Do not vocalize it to your abuser. Implement your plan, and when he or she is away or they're doing something or whatever, don't worry about the material objects. Take what you need and just go. Just go. Sorry, that was a rant. I apologize. Crime and Coffee crew, abusive spouse condition you without you realizing it. Make sure you cannot leave. It's a real psychological tool. Dogs are an example of it. You had no choice at all. No, and to this, when I was tied to that wall, I was told nobody will ever want to be with you again when I'm done with you. He even, when he was done doing what he was doing, he even took his razor and shaved all my hair off. So when I say I will be a voice for George and I will be a voice for all victims, I truly do mean it. It's not something I say lightly because I survived. And I hope I can help someone else survive. Leaving is the most dangerous time for a victim. Yes, it is. George probably voiced to her that he wanted to leave her, and Sarah took action. It's the first, honestly, guys, it's when I started with the Sarah Boone case, it was the first thing that popped in my mind was he told her he was done. Because his mom did an interview and said, if you go back there, don't come back. I want to tell him after everything was set, new place. I waited to tell him, sorry. I waited to tell him after everything was set, new place, rented, moving truck, rent, left. Yep. You have to wait. Armand, are you talking about Sarah Boone case? The defense said something about a pig carcass, or is that another case you're talking about? No, that's the burn. Oh, the OnlyFans. Yes, the OnlyFans. I've seen that. Your wall was his suitcase. Except for I could breathe. And that man couldn't. And one thing, if anything good can come out of this case in George's name, is that men suffer too. Men get beat on by women too. Men get abused by women too. Rochelle, if you still want to talk, so do you begin to believe what he says to you? No good, worthless. Yeah. Before him, oh my God, I laughed all the time. I was always laughing. I was always smiling. I was never the one to be center of attention. I always was the one to put other people in that position. But I was always happy to be around people. And I lost that person. And I say to this day that I still probably am mourning that person because I don't know if I can ever find her again. And I'm willing to talk, Claudia, because I'm hoping that someday, somewhere, maybe this channel reaches a person that needs me. And maybe some of my words will help them. I am sorry, Rochelle, I need a mental break from crime. Going to watch Ramsey call people donuts. I understand, Deb. Thank you so much for being here, to join in seeing George get some form of justice. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, thanks, Armand. I haven't seen much of that case. That's gonna be a case because even the mom and the dad are mixed up in that. I saw with my own two eyes, but didn't quite put it together. Now I understand. I'm glad. Leah says, oh my gosh, Mac, have to check that out now. That Sarah is put to bed. Well, she'll be put to bed December 2nd. Armand, I don't want to be a dick, but can I lighten things up? Can I try to get this laughing Rochelle back? Yes. No, you're not being a dick. But that's what I say. That's why I say about this channel is 1 minute it can be so freaking heavy, and the next minute we're laughing and joking. And I just, like I said, this at somebody's going to hear the voice that they need to hear at the moment they need to hear it. And I will always leave communication open. And I will be there for anybody. It doesn't matter if I know you or not. I watched a woman getting stopped for DUI. She asked the cop, "Do you know who my father is?" The cop replied, "Didn't your mother tell you?" Armand, I watched those shows on YouTube where people get pulled over. Oh, some of the stuff you see them say. "Oh, I see Sarah's case is such a different light. Oh, I see Sarah's case in such a different light. He wanted to leave." On the text, she said, if don't contact by midnight, don't come. Yep. Well, she even, what was the guy named Ben? That text about Ben, how he treats her better, he does this. She even knows how he kisses. It was all control because she knew that he would come running. Max says, "Horse walks into a bar. Bartender says, 'Hey, buddy, why the long face?' True story." Oh, now we're getting into the dad jokes. Gina says, "I'm so sorry, Rochelle. Hugs and prayers for continued healing. Please know that you are not alone." And I truly do know that. I truly do. Like I said, guys, for some reason, I survived. And the police, the hospital, lawyers, all of them do not understand why or how. But I did. So there's a reason I'm here. Her disorder included abandonment issues. Like where Owen said that she didn't, or where he was talking about how his daughter and the oil and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, excuse me, sir, are you trying to say because her father passed away is why she's a murderer? Come on. Absolutely for jumping, in my opinion, always first or second degree because she bought the wine. She was berating, cursing at him while laughing. I 100%, I've always thought it was planned. I'm not saying that she planned to put him in the suitcase. I believe she was going to do something to him and the opportunity arose. That's why I say he touched her on the leg, said, "Tag, you're it." Probably to try and to lighten the moment. And I believe he actually hid in that suitcase and she realized he was in it, zipped him up and pushed that suitcase down the stairs. I actually think he did that. Even when arrested, she called her name. She purposely called 911 to taunt him. Yep. "I can't be here often, but please know that you have my thoughts, always a global group of people that care about you. And I care about every single one of you too. And I hope you're healthy and safe, happy. Notice no one here, no one from her family has spoken. I think one of her siblings is in jail. And the other one is a military vet, I believe. I think he's retired. He called her name, I meant. Yeah. Yep. Even in handcuffs, he was saying, I love you, babe. Those drunk faces when she was trying to manipulate the cops after she had him arrested is gross. You're right, Mac. I just see Sarah Boone in a totally different light. And that's why I got so worked up that I was like really afraid she was getting off. Does anyone think she wouldn't have hurt him if she was sober? She drank a lot. I think she would have hurt him sober. I do. Crime and Coffee crew, if you and your son need to get away in January, Rochelle, let me know. You will be welcome here in the UK. We are going on a cruise in March. We were supposed to go in November, but things came up, so we cannot go in November. So we switched the date, and it's quite ironic that the date that was available for us to go is actually my birthday. So we are going to go on a cruise in March. Not one word of what she claimed fun day happened seems truthful. Yeah. But I do appreciate that, Patricia, and someday I will be coming back to the UK because I absolutely adore England. I just love it there. Yes, you can find her again. She's right there exactly where you're sitting, and there will be a day when you'll get the laughter back. I pray it's soon. I hope so. My brother's ex-girlfriend called to have him arrested the week of his newest girlfriend's due day for his first son's birth. Oh my God. Like that is horrible. She tried to arrest him so he wouldn't have that moment. She thought she can get rid of him, like she said it in text, and get away with the hostage video. Yep. Remember in the text, hide and seek? Like, this woman is, she's not even a woman. Oh, wow, Armand. Nice. I am spending Xmas, New Year, and my daughter's 30th birthday in UK, December to January. That's awesome. That is amazing. Judy lured her guy in with a fun day, then took him out. Premeditated. Sarah may have gotten Jay over for the same kind of reason. Yeah. Trust me, they are all adult weirdos, so none of us are surprised about my brother's drama. That is insane. I am so sorry your brother went through that, and God only knows, probably still going through it. Because these people do not end. They do not stop. The only way they stop is when they get a new victim, a new source. I call them soul vampires. That's what I call them. Once they can't get what they need from you, they find a new victim. That's right. Yeah, she said she needs a hug to come over. At least now we can now sling Sarah's words to George. She can go and eat her dick. I'm probably going to get struck for that. I really don't care, because these are real words need to be said, right? Real words need to be said. I'm in South Korea enjoying pure peace. Come visit CNC Justice Crew. Someday I will, and I would probably bring my son, because he would love that. They find a new victim, but they try to destroy you first. Yep. And if there's still something left of you, they make sure their flying monkeys are always keeping track. Always. And then you'll get messages from them, and they'll be complaining about who they're with now and saying, "Oh, I can't believe I messed up. You were the best thing, blah, 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 blah." It's just bullshit. Hence my happy 24/7 ID. Sometimes we have to strive for peace. Yep. And it's a good ID. I would love to go to Korea. Yes. No. If there's still anything left in you, Marie, they will always try to keep their supplies on the back burner. They will always try to do it. They always have somebody to go to, and then they want to make it so they might have somebody to come back to if it doesn't work out. Jay was going to explain about the suitcase really being upstairs. He said he would get to that later. I don't think he ever did get to that. I guess he didn't need to. No, well, he said a bit of it. He said enough. Of course, no play is without craziness. I've lived here off and on for decades, truly peaceful. Yep. Marie, they never stop. Never stop. And I'm dreading January 22nd. I'm dreading it. Because I just know. But it's the next chapter. And if I can make it through this chapter, I will be able to close this book. And I will be able to just. These perps take the time to learn your greatest loves, hopes, and fears, then spend the rest of their lives using it to torture you. Yep. Even if they meet someone else who makes them happy, they still have a gnawing pit of rage that drives them if they don't know their ex is getting on with their life. If they know their ex is getting on with their life. Yep. They never stop. When she ran up to the cops and wanted to hug him, that was something else. Or when she ran out to the cops with her hands up in her air going, "It's the same guys." I'm like, ugh. It just irked me. I do. And I like the way Cacciatore looked at her when he was talking about her and the disgust on his face. I liked that. I liked how he did that. He was basically showing the jury what he thought of her, and I appreciated that. Woman marches your birthday, Rochelle. I appreciate that. My oldest son is March 2nd. 1979. Mine is the 23rd. Wibe says, I don't believe there was a hide and seek game. I think she beat him with the bat and she out him in the suitcase. I think I 100% believe she was beating him with the bat prior. And I think he tried to de-escalate her. And that's when the whole tag you're it, because she does say he said it, not her. He said tag you're it. And I can see that being trying to de-escalate a situation to survive. I don't think she went up to the shower. I think he went upstairs. And by hiding, he was saving himself for some time, and he hid in that damn suitcase. And when she found him, she zipped him, and then he went down the stairs. He probably would have liked to use other words, but he called her out as an aggressor very nicely. Yeah, I'm sure he probably was thinking other words. He's got a better filter than I do. I think she bammed him at the back of the head with the bat and said, tag, you're it. Oh. Oh, it's possible why. Finally, how he got in the suitcase has been solved. I can let it go now. It's the only explanation in my brain that I can come up with to how he got in that suitcase. And I think where she said that she saw the lid flapping is when she found him. Because remember, these type of people, they lie all the time, but there's always a little twist to the truth. There's always a little twist to the truth, or their famous lies are somebody else's truth and they own it. Like my perpetrator used to tell me all the time that how mean he was, how dangerous he was, how all this, because when he was younger, some big guy came to Adam and whatever, and he grabbed him by the scuff of the neck very tightly, held him up off his feet to on a brick wall of a building. All like this was just things that terrify me. And comes out, well, that is a true story, but it actually was him that was being held by the scuff of the neck up against a brick wall. And it's because he beat up a guy's sister. So it's a true story, but it's not. He switched the person on the wall. I found out because that was one of the women that was invited in for the verdict. She made up the rules and the game. We saw her telling him to get away from her. We saw her commanding him to compliment her. That's how she got him into the suitcase. It's just, unfortunately, George will never ever be able to tell us how it happened. We just got to constantly, I will never forget George Torres. And if this woman ever has a chance of parole, I don't care how old I am, I will make sure I write a letter in honor of George Torres to that parole board. I wonder how long after the bedroom scene did she do this. I don't know. The dates are... I think he was climbing in the suitcase and they thought it was a drunken funny. Once he was in, it was game over. Yeah, like scruff of the neck. What did I say? Did I not say scruff of the neck? I don't know. She had to come up with a believable reason why she had no markings that day, but he had severe body trauma. That man went through a lot. I think somehow the suitcase was downstairs with him in it. He didn't sound hurt when begging. She switched off the video, then used the bat to hit him. Just my thoughts. But, like they said, the way he was in the suitcase, the way she said he was in the suitcase, those injuries couldn't have happened the way they did. That's the only thing about that. She would still be going with the fun day activities until the neighbors told of the arguing and wall crash noise. Yep. And then he would have been in jail. Did she say something about a shower in the texting? I don't remember, Marie, if she did. Sorry. Patricia says, I think she got him in the case upstairs, and the reason she pushed it downstairs is because she wanted to get into bed without listening to him begging for his life. Yes, I muted. I did. What is a crime and coffee live without at least a mute? I think she sat downstairs until she heard him take his last breath, because that's what those people would do. We'll never know, but all we can be right now is hopefully George got to see justice for him, and that the lies that she was putting out there about him are just that. And people believed him. And that's all. And I've heard some people say, oh, well, she'll have to think about this for the rest of her. She doesn't give two shits. It doesn't bug her. It will not faze her. She will not have a come to Jesus moment and own her shit, like I like to say. She just won't. My perpetrator is still saying in prison that it was all my idea. Sure it was. Sure. Still hasn't owned it. She's heading to penitentiary hotel. Think of how she should have lied differently. And that's all. She's just going to say where she went wrong. She's going to think about her story, and I'm sure her appeal is going to be a crazy shit show. All she will think about is how no one understands her. She'll blame her attorney, the judge, the jury. Yep. Yep, she will. Him begging for his life gave her a great sense of control. He told the police it was her. They didn't believe him. Yep. She's already moved on. She looked down on him anyway. That's right. Armand says agrees. She gives no crap about this. In her twisted mind, she deleted him, but it is not a murder. Her impact statement will be crazy. I agree. Like, this is it's going to be her last chance to speak to the public. Knowing the cameras are on her, we are in for a Boone show. And if we don't get it, I will be shocked. She does. She needs a long sentence. Yep, this whole thing to her is just a big inconvenience. Yep, exactly. And just like that, it's the judge's fault, it's the lawyer's fault. It's everybody else's fault. Just like Lori Vicious Vallow giggling the day they dug up her children. Disgusting. It's just disgusting. But let's just look back, and baby Quentin got justice today. George Torres got justice today. She's proud of herself for creating this amount of attention for herself. She's having the time of her life. Yep. It's the best thing for a narcissist, right? They're in the center of attention. Wendy couldn't control them. Exactly. I just feel we will hear from her time and again. She'll get her fans to post messages. Oh. She'll probably get Wade, like how Wade has Wade wives. She'll probably get Boone husbands. To everyone, please see these criminals for what they are and find a way to get safely away. Yes, happy, absolutely. And that's why I say we've got 26 watching. We don't have 26 in chat. If you're listening and you need someone to talk to, you need help, my email is in the about. Please email me and I will be there for you. Wendy will always be free, but she is terrified every day. And see, I don't think she is. She knows she's got time now, right? Let's see what happens in prison, not like jail. I just think that I just think that they've been so open about one at a time. So I don't see, every time something goes wrong, I think Wendy just like gets a breath of fresh air. I think he was sleeping in the bed and she hit him with the bat. He got up. She kept hitting with the bat, knocked him out, and put him in the suitcase, zipped up, threw down the stairs. Oh, wow. Claudia says, Rochelle, last question. Why did you start to believe his verbal abuse on you? Or don't answer. You owe an answer to no one. I don't mind answering. I in the beginning, I was like, you're crazy. Like, what is going on? But after time, like the ups and the downs and all the word games and the twisting, sometimes I would question myself, like, did I really say that? Did I really do that? And it makes you crazy. So at first they get you to doubt yourself. And then once they got you to that point, then they get you where they just, like I said, he was having an affair with my sister. He brought her to my house for Christmas dinner. I cooked for her. And he left my house and went Christmas night to her house, but kept saying, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not doing this. And he just got, he was able to just make me feel like I was not worth anything. I don't know how. And trust me, I'm very angry at myself because I don't know how I got there. I don't know how he was able to do it. But he knew his game with me in the beginning was how he had such a bad upbringing. He was so hard done by. His mom was this, his dad was this. So he got me in that way because all I saw was this very generous, very loving, very kind person that has been through hell. And that's how I got caught in it. But to this day, I hate myself for the fact is I don't know how. But I can pinpoint moments of things like I recorded near the end, he was yelling at me because I wanted to go on a trip to England. Funny that is. And because I have friends that I used to go to England with, he's like, why would I go to England with you? Just so you can relive old memories? And I'm like, I just thought, are you crazy? Am I going crazy here? Because he was trying to make me believe that it was not right that if you went somewhere with an ex-boyfriend or whatever, that it's not right to ever go back there again with someone new. Like, these are the tiny little stupid games that they start playing in your head. Now, in the recording, I know at this point I was getting ready to leave, so I was more awake, but I'm like, what are you talking? You're crazy. Like, I started calling him out on his stuff, but this is the type of stuff they'll do. They'll just, everything's an issue. If you want to do something, it's an issue. Or there's a reason why it's bad. And it's just, so I'm sorry, Claudia, that's a long way around, but to be honest, I don't know why. And like I said, it's something that I am still angry at myself about, but that's what they do. Yeah, I think it's part of their tactic. It is a tactic. It definitely is. Like, it's two sides of evil. They know how to seep into others, and it's their skill. There's no way you have seen it. Honestly, I didn't see it. I will say that for sure. I will replay this jury verdict on repeat for at least another month. They seem to sound off as though they could have given that guilty with a Pop-Tart and a Dr. Pepper. Yep. Claudia says, you have helped me so much. Thank you. I hope so. And like I said, I'm an email away, and I have no problem if somebody needs to talk to them. And Patricia, for some reason, they wanted to block yours, so it came up, oh, but it's okay to shag your sister just to hurt you. Yeah, okay, knobhead. Yeah. Here's the best part. When he was first taken in, so in Canada, it's called a surety. I don't know if it's the same in the States. So somebody can vouch for you to be released from jail until your court date. My sister was on his list for a surety. My own sister, after what he'd done, was on his list. The courts don't usually tell you who the surety is, but they called me and they said, the name is, you got the same last name. And I said, that's my sister. And the lady on the phone was she was so angry. She was livid. And that being said, as obviously I have not spoke to my sister since all of this went down, nor will I ever again. He even flaunted a list in my face of all of my furniture, and it was in her handwriting, that she wanted him to take from my house to her house. I hope she enjoyed wearing those ugly suits. Yeah, it was, like I said, today's your last day of wearing a skirt. So sad for the Markells having to wait over 10 years and still no justice. Yep. My heart goes out to them. Someday, hopefully. I've got a twin sister and she's autistic. She would protect me with her life. Yep. And I was my sister's protector. Every bit of the way. My mother was very, very abusive. And I would be the one to take the beating so my baby sister didn't. Look where that got me. Look where that got me. But honestly, guys, when I say my sister Wendy reminds me of my sister, I'm not even joking. Put long black hair on Wendy with green eyes, and that's my sister. I was so shocked when this trial came up and I started watching, and every time Wendy was on that stand, I'm like, oh my God. My sister is so vain. She also puts eye color enhancing contacts in. You have so many people on here that can solve the hardest question. Suitcase was so hard to solve. That's what I like about this community, because we can discuss all this hard stuff, and we can, there could be cases we don't agree on. There could be, I'm sure someday we're going to get a case that, some people believe somebody's innocent. Some people believe they're guilty. We can't always agree, right? It's going to happen. But I know in this community, even though we don't agree, we're always going to find that common ground and always be good to each other. Yeah, Tennis Girl says, going to hit the sack. Thank you, Crime and Coffee Crew. An awesome community. Is a very awesome community. And I also, guys, This has been, I believe, almost 8 hours tonight. These people are empty inside except for deep hatred of themselves. They have to have someone because they only exist when they mirror someone. Yep, and that's why I call them soul vampires. They drain the life out of you. They truly do. Yeah. Hope you have sweet dreams, tennis girl. They drain the life out of you. I honestly, Marie, I can't say for sure. My opinion is they fought, right? They'd have their battles or whatever. And it never went to this extreme. So it sent shivers down my spine. Like my alarm bells were going off, and I thought, it's my opinion that I think he got to the point where he was leaving. And she didn't allow it. She did not allow it. She was not done with him. So if she was done, if he was going to leave her, she was going to make sure he didn't. And you know, she said in that one video, "I'm the best you ever had." And I'm like, that just was disgusting to me because like I myself heard, "You'll never have any better than me. You're not good enough. If you're not with me, nobody's going to have you." I heard all of this. "I will make sure nobody wants to look at you." She expected everyone to do what she was always been able to get away with, believe her lies. Yeah. Every time George made contact with folks who loved him, she pushed him to and brought him back to the dirt she made. Yep. And his mom said that in that interview. She begged him not to go back there. So, yeah, it's something else. Angela Smith, it just baffles me why she didn't just say she left him in there and passed out. It's the obvious defense, and by doing this complicated thing, she just made it worse. 100%. 100%. She could have admitted to being a drunk. She could have admitted, okay, hide and seek at 40, whatever. But she could have said, it's well documented that they were drunks. And she could have said just that. Absolutely just that. We were having a Sunday fun day and we were laughing and joking and blah, blah, blah. And I passed out. I 100% agree, Angela. She could have used that as a defense, but narcissists are so grandiose. Their stories have to be just these giant, there's not a small lie. They're all giant lies. And she just couldn't help herself. Says, "Rochelle, you are so kind and amazing. Thank you for adding my son's name to the ticker. Justice for all." Did I spell your name right? Just one L, but that's fine. I knew what it was. And yeah, and she had to explain the severe injuries. But she could have used that as a defense instead of saying all this stuff. Now, again, they would have still found the recordings, but she still could have blamed it on alcohol. She could have admitted right away that she was a drunk. But yeah, they cannot admit any wrongdoing. Nothing is their fault. Yep, exactly. Her stories flipped as soon as evidence appeared, which is crazy because she had all that. Carrie says, I think what sunk Sarah was the fact she couldn't remember taking that video, but remember exactly the 11 minutes of it. And I honestly think the hostage video. I honestly think that video, the suitcase videos, and the hostage video, it showed the true Sarah. Not drunk, no arguing. Oh, I fell asleep because I did drink. Oh, I was in fear of my life, so I recorded it, laughing at him. Each time she matched how the evidence came out, she had no injuries. 100% happy. Jeff said Wendy never apologized for anything or admit she was wrong. Yes. And I believe Jeffrey Lacoste. I truly do. Listen, Sarah is working with a low IQ. Those horroring tortures and hostage video brings being brought in to prove he was abusive to her Einstein. Yeah, she's just like Jody blamed the kids for having cacti scars and gouges in their legs. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Crimes. Crimes just posted a link. People are leaving messages here for George. Thank you for that. Sarah Boone's farm. Yeah. That girl's wacko. I was just going to disagree until you made your point. Damn, you're good. Trying to... Oh, sometimes I don't even remember what I said anymore, Claudia. I was up at 6:30 this morning. I had a hard time sleeping after those videos last night. I truly did, guys. I was like, wow, I can't believe that. Was she hoping those videos didn't come out? Like she had to have known they were there. She had her discovery. Owens only played a small part of that video where George got mad at her, said that was abuse. Sarah set that up. 100%. And I'll tell you, do you not think after so many times of being beaten down and treated like an animal and all of this that I didn't swing once? I sure as hell did. But he was a 200 and what? How much? 200 and I think it was 240, 6'3". My little swing was doing nothing. But now Sarah's ringing her bells of malevolence with a malicious intent in her bully pulpit forever. Yes, she is. I would say when she gets to prison and starts being Sarah Boone in there, I think she's going to get some nice treatment. Thank you so much, Crime. I just wanted to get that to everyone. I'm taking something for my head and going to bed. Good night, everyone. Night, Jamie. Thank you for joining me today. How many years will Sarah get? You need to a poll. I say 35. Oh, well, we can do another poll before we end it. So, okay, so I'm going to do, we know the minimum is 16.75. So we will start with 16.75. Then we will do, I'm going to say you're 35. And then I'm going to put life. I can't vote. I can't vote in the polls, but just know I am going with life. She kept on saying, stay away from me or I will scream bloody murder. Yep. One of the exes that he had before me, he actually ended up putting her in jail. He literally, and she was a butchy girl. Like, she was a tough girl. And she also had assaults on her record. And she left. She was done. She left. So he literally, and he admitted this to me to scare me, he beat the crap out of his own face and then called the police and had her arrested. And he would tell me this because he says, if I can do that to her, what can I do to you? Like, it's just, the impact of these videos is going to grow and grow. It's the most profound cruelty for one human to another. Yeah. Leah's, I don't know why it's not coming up, Leah, but you said, can Sarah get life without parole on second-degree murder? Yes, she can, because we brought that up earlier. If they say aggravated circumstances, things, it can happen. Depends on the judge. Oh, why am I going over there? I bet the judge is happy as we are. He probably walked out of there and did a happy dance. One of the YouTube lawyers did say life is a done deal, but the appeal process never ends. So maybe give 1 day under life. Yep, I could see that. Angela Smith says, I haven't slept all week. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay. Or is it the trial that's done that? Hello, my friend True. Hey, everyone. Life without parole is max sentence for second degree in Florida. Minimum is 16 years. Look at this. She pops in and she's got the receipts. By the time her sentencing comes up, she will be the most hated woman in the world, like Casey Anthony. Yep. And I tell you, if I wasn't so busy, I would go and watch her sentencing. I would go and watch her being sentenced. The appeal process is the only part that additionally drains taxpayers. Oh, Angela, I'm telling you, I was, well, most of the people in the chat can say, I was so angry with them. I really was very worried. So I get what you were saying. I get what you're saying. They sure did. December 2nd at 1:30. Carrie says, I vote for the Corey trial. Another guilty bitch accused of murdering her spouse. Oh, my Lord. When does that one start, Carrie? Yeah, it still don't stop her, though, right? It still won't stop her. Armand says, sorry to be a downer. I think the fact that she is a first-time offender, there will be some leniency, minimum 22.5 years. You're not being a downer. You're not being a downer. Well, we're majority of the people are saying 35 years. Patricia says, I believe it is this year. Carrie Sue, I forgot about that one. Yeah, that one, Rochelle. Okay, let me write it down. I want to, because we're going to, I 100% the sheriff and judge one, 100%. Okay, I'll look into that one too. Yeah, Claudia says the prosecutors were awesome, fought hard for George and won. And listen, Claudia was in here when I was having my breakdowns. She can say, because I was like, oh my goodness, this is not happening. Oh. True, you haven't been around lately. Does anyone believe Wendy will get arrested by the end of the year? No, I don't. Not anymore. I really don't. The fact that she turned down the plea deal, judge will throw a book at her now. You know, there's got to be some, and I know you're not supposed, before anybody says it, I know you're not supposed to do this, but I'm sorry. How does all those notes and letters and everything she kept sending to the judge over 4 years, how does that not play a role in his mind? I'm sorry, it's in the back of his mind. It would be in mine. Yeah, by law, he can do the max. Corey poisoned her husband with fentanyl and then wrote a book for kids about coping with grief. Are you kidding me? Oh my, prosecutors Tim Dean Quentin's case, Jay and Dave Boone's case will sleep well tonight knowing they fought a great cause. Yep. Quentin's case, how long was that before that sweet angel got justice? I believe everyone will have a better sleep tonight knowing that the verdict is, especially the judge. True says, I've been so busy, went to women's FSU versus NC soccer game. It was exciting, intense. FSU won 4-2. There you go, FSU. No, I mean, from the start from when she got arrested to verdict. Corey is famous. Check the case out. It's fascinating. She's not in trial. She's not in trial soon. I'm going to have to check that out. Why do they keep blocking you? Oh, I see. I'm like, why do they keep blocking Patricia? There it is. Yeah. A year. I think what we're going to do at night from now till verdict is just do review on the Melody Ferris trial. Because I know everybody's watching it in other channels, and I don't want to step on any creators' feet during the day. Plus, I'm working. So I think at night we'll just do a review at night and discuss it because I have been following it. I was thinking the same thing. Judge K will throw the book at her for all the crap she pulled before trial. Carrie, I don't know how he's human, right? All this is going to be in the back of his mind. It was tremendous law enforcement work, and Tim Dean's closing was a masterclass. Woman found him easy on the eyes too. Well, I might just have to check that out. Sarah was arrested February 2020, convicted today. Is there a sentencing date? Yep, December 2nd at 1:30 p.m. Melody is Queen of Whoville. Yes, she is. She looks like the Grinch. That's right. In the same video, she also said, I will hurt you. Yep. Oh, my heart just broke for his mom. Rochelle, check out Grizzly True Crime for her coverage on the closing arguments. I will do that. Didn't she say she started a job that day? Guess the job didn't last too long. Yeah. That's what she was saying. Or that when she got arrested. When that one time that she got arrested, she says, but I'm supposed to start my new job tomorrow. Her new job was on the corner of Who the Fuck Cares. Claudia, prosecution offered deal to Sarah. Shame on them. No justice for George. If accepted, 6 to 8 years for George. Death. Shame on them for deal. But they didn't. Am I missing something? Will the jury be present for sentencing? I think they'll be allowed to come in because I already know that Owens is going to, well, no, because Owens said he's not going to be your appellate lawyer. That's right. The excused jurors, they were actually in the courtroom for the verdict, which was shocking. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. That plea deal, she was stupid. She was absolutely stupid. But I think they offered her that, Claudia, now that I'm thinking about it. I think they might have got a little worried about the strategy of the defense. I think they might have got a little tad bit worried that it might fly. Mary says they probably knew she would deny the deal. That's a good chance too, right? It would look good on appeal issues is that they offered her a plea deal and she didn't take it. You could look at it that way. Yeah, I didn't think of it that way till just now. Yes, Angela, I hope you sleep like a blah, 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 like a baby tonight. I hope we all do. And I hope there's men out there that were watching this trial and don't feel alone tonight, that they're not in this alone, that it does happen to men too, and that justice can be served and that their voices can be heard. And we do hear them. We do hear them. When she says she got a job, she means she got a bottle of wine. And when she says my client, she means Shiraz. Carly, I'm reading, I'm like, oh, yep, all wines. Oh, I'm shocked her best friend wasn't Captain Morgan. Or Jose Cuevara. I'm saying it wrong. Sorry, guys. Deal not accepted. Sarah was found guilty. Second degree usually gets you max in North Florida, but Orange County is more lax. Hopefully not this one. 22 to 35 sounds about right in Orlando. Plus, can you not add, do we not add at least a couple years for the judge's sanity? I can't wait what Sarah has to say at her sentencing. She will talk about how everything was unfair and that she was the victim. Guaranteed. She's going to have a novel. She was mad at George for drinking. Sorry, guys. She was mad at George for drinking that half bottle of vodka. Yep. And remember, Brian said vodka was her choice of drink. I see Lawn Lumber and Runkle covering Owen's closing now. Knowing these guys, they must be slamming him relentlessly. I like Runkle and I like Lawn Lumber. I followed Runkle, Lawn Lumber, and the DUI guy for during the Depp trial, and then I watched the trial on Law and Crime. Yeah. Sicko Sarah will say to the judge, just be nice to me. Yep. Or else the barrage of letters are on the way. Oh, did I not say Depp trial? I don't know. I'm getting tired, guys. I was always angry in the beginning with the prosecutors. They seem weak. But you know that same come in like a lamb, go out like a lion. And that's exactly what they did. Yeah. Oh, Armand. I followed EDB and Ricada. Oh, you followed Ricada? Now there's something. Ricada is, oh, what a hot mess that guy is. What a hot mess. Suitcase Sarah will be defiant. Yes, she will. Claudia, I agree. Runkle, I just absolutely adore Runkle. I don't know if it's because I have a little soft spot because he's Canadian, But DUI guy, I just stopped after a while. Runkleisms are legend. Yes, they are. I unsub from Ricada. You know, Armand, the night he did that live where he was doing something he probably shouldn't have been doing, I was actually watching him that night. And I was sitting in my living room going, what am I watching? What the hell is going on here? And then I unsubbed. I'm not downplaying the impact of those vids. They are the most profound in cruelty. And the judge was dumbstruck like us all. He will give her 50. Like, you could see it on his face. You could see it on his face after they were played. Marie says she cost the court lots of money catering to her. Even the jail officers were getting annoyed with her demands. Now in prison, now when she goes to prison, she can't play the games. I bet you it's a different night in jail for her too. I bet you those guards are like, you're done. I laugh out loud. I don't know who you guys are talking about. I do know about Ricada. Yeah. What a hot. His case is actually coming up. I'm pretty sure his case is actually coming up. He was one of the top YouTube lawyers. Hey, Tracy, welcome. It really was a good day. Oh, Tracy, it was a great day. It was. Patricia says, I love Runkle. He makes leather products like me, and he sent me advice about it. Oh, that's awesome, Patricia. And what was the last time he has his own, is it barbecue sauce? Because he was packaging them. Not to mention that the 9 lawyers and all the tax-paying dollars it took her to piss around for 4.5 years. Yep. Oh, hot sauce. Thank you. That's what I meant. I knew it was a sauce, but I was saying hot sauce. Actually, you know what? I should reach out to Runkle and see if I can get him to be a guest. One Canadian to another Canadian. Yeah, I'd try a bit of his hot sauce. Okay. Patricia, is there a wink wink to that? Is there a wink wink? Hi, J Ray. How are you? What is our I am sure he will be glad to. His chat will love you. Like I hang out in Runkle's chat all the time. He makes it. Yep, he makes it. I'm good, thank you, J Ray. I get my hot sauce from Surf Guy's Hot Sauce. He's an old surfer dude in Melbourne Beach, Florida. Best hot sauce ever. Ooh, I'd like to try that. Judge made sure no room for appeal, repeat, and repeat. Understand, yes. On board with strategy, yes. Good. No appeal for you. Crime and Coffee, he is part of a group who gives free advice to poor. Get him on your show to talk about that. Nice. I will. Yeah, wink, wink. I was like, is there a wink, wink? I'm on Kitten Watch. Oh, you're going to have kitten. Aw. And he does charity shows for Children's Hospital. Yeah. He's a good person. I would love to see Runkle on here. I have a small crush on him. Nice. My brain is fried. Been crying the last 2 days because of BS going on in the Boone trial, and plus the videos which hurt my head so bad. Tracy, I was a mess. I was a mess after those videos, so I truly understand. Truly do understand. I am too. I need to look up Runkle. I'm going to see if I can put the link. Oh, hold on. Let me get the link for Runkle for you. I'm going to put it in chat for you. Here's Runkle's. Oh, perfect. That would be great. I agree. They probably knew. They were probably crossing their fingers that she wouldn't. I'm sorry to hear that, Tracy Hernandez. Those videos were hard to watch. I watched them a year ago, and they are haunting. I'm glad I only ever watched them once. I don't ever want to see them again. That closing he did, Tracy, was disgusting. How dare he liken Sarah Boone to war veterans, to police officers? Like, oh. Any excuse to stalk them. Owen said in the little speech he gave that he will be there for the sentencing, but he's not going to be there for her appellate lawyer. Yeah. Well, he has to be there for the sentencing because he's her lawyer. I don't know. Some of those were even around. The last ones the prosecutor put out. Yeah, the hostage video was too much for me. That did me in. That did me in. But, all right, guys, I have to say goodnight. I am exhausted. I am so tired. I just want to say thank you all for understanding my weak moments. I appreciate you for that. I appreciate everyone in this community. I just can't say thank you enough, because I don't know how I would have got through that Sarah Boone without you guys. Absolutely right. Wait until those videos reach some veterans. It's just disgusting. Sarah will get Max. True. You haven't been wrong yet, so I'm going to stick there. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. I will see you again. It's been a great day. It has. We got justice for George. We got justice for Quentin. It's been a good night, or a good day. Let's keep this justice train rolling. And hopefully it doesn't go off the tracks like we do. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate you, and we will be talking soon. Oh, me too. Me too. Have a good night. Thank you.